The one drafting attorney we have left that's been here for more than 15 minutes. So, so it just didn't happen. So I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
I
That's
can't,
fine.
I fought the law and the law won. So, literally, but yeah, so just to reiterate, the parts that were not applicable to group 1 and the parts that were not applicable to group 2, i.e. teachers, firemen, the things that shouldn't be there, the language cleanup, if you will, that's all been there.
We changed the 85% to 100%. I saw
Yep.
that.
Yep. The request from Representative McGuire was added at the on that portion, and that was pretty much it. The rest, that was the only substantive change was her request, and then the rest was language cleanup. So, it seems as though they did what we asked. I couldn't see any other
I didn't see anything else myself.
other than the bolding part.
Which, is just what I wanted, so it doesn't really matter.
So,
Yes, Representative McGuire.
Yes, thank you. I also read the amendment, and on part 1, page 1, on line 6 and 7, the original line said that this expands what was in the draft amendment to include the calculations of earnable compensation and average final compensation, which is okay because they're different. And then it says cannot be reduced. The previous version was cannot be changed. Well, perhaps they misinterpreted it, but the amendment that I looked at did specifically say changed. And so I want to make sure that we know what we're doing with this, because I think that's significant.
Say that again. You think what?
The version of the amendment that we were working from at the subcommittee meeting had changed.
Yeah.
This has reduced, and whether or not Representative Pearson meant reduced, that wasn't what it said. So if that's what we want to do, that's one thing.
That's kind of an awkward phrasing, don't you agree? The idea, because it says the calculations cannot be reduced, and you're going like, I never heard that before. I mean, you get what they're talking about.
I can show you the first draft in print. It says reduced.
Well,
It
then
does, yeah,
I was
I'm-
looking at the second draft, and
No, I'm looking at the second draft too, Carolyn. It does say reduced on mine.
okay, all right, fine. I misinterpreted.
Oh, that's fine. The point still stands. Like the
Right.
point's
That-
still significant.
That's one of the significant policy decisions that this includes. It's not just the elimination of the table and consolidating everyone into the vested category, essentially. We're saying that we won't change or we won't reduce a pension after 3 years, which implies that there's essentially a 3-year probationary period where it can be changed and then it can't. So if that's the policy we want to adopt, great. I mean,
I think, yeah,
it's
and
a
I think
policy decision, but it will mean that if any changes are ever made due to another collapse in the market or whatever, so that we have to make changes, it will be a pretty clear and obvious violation of a promise. The other promises were the promises that the people who have been testifying were in other documents. They weren't in law. But this is a specific promise in law that we're making. So we should be aware that we're doing so. And good luck.
So one of the things with that is that if the word reduced is modified to changed, then this bill can't happen because this is a 10-year plan. So after 3 years, the plan would shut off. So that won't work.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the conversation that we were having earlier. If the plan is written in law, which it is, I mean, the agreement is written in law when the person signs on to their personal pension plan, and if you're correct in saying that that plan cannot be retroactively changed, which seems reasonable to me, that provision may also be in conflict with that idea, because this would seem to insinuate that we could retroactively change that in year 2.
So I agree with you. So that is in most states, they have the ability, there is a little bit of a probationary period that exists. So this addresses 2 elements of that. It doesn't address, to reference Representative McGuire's point, in the event of an issue, the contributions that the workers have to pay in is not protected. That can be adjusted and modified. The areas of the cap can be modified. So this is just saying that, when you're coming to work and you think that, okay, this is the duration of time that I need to do, and this is how they figure that out, that element of it really should be locked in people's minds, because they're agreeing to take service under this idea. And this is how we got into this entire mess in the first place.
Yeah.
So what this is saying is that, because we have a longer than average vesting period, whereas for the 6 New England states vest at 5 years, we require 10. This provides some stability to say, under traditional concepts of vesting, if we can go back and change your conditions at 9 years, that's the exact problem we're in right now.
Right.
I don't want to repeat that problem again in the future. So the 3-year ask here is a bit of it's a reputation repair. It's a credibility repair on the part of the state to say, you know what, after you've given 3 years of commitment to us, we're going to give commitment to you and say that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
Well,
like
not even necessarily you're in, because you're not vested, but we're not going to change your average
we're
final
not going to
compensation
change
rates.
Exactly. Sorry, I shouldn't have said.
Yeah, no,
I
that's fine.
shouldn't have said
Just
in.
for
But,
clarification.
that's the idea there. You've committed, now we've committed. Now again, like I said before in last work session, these are careers, they're not jobs. I'm not pushing or advocating for us to go to a 5-year vesting. That involves like a lot of money and a lot of other things. So
Just for sake of time, can I stop you for a sec?
sure.
Any questions from anybody on the committee at this point, either about this 3-year thing or comments, concerns, anything? Because we don't have a tremendous amount of time this morning. Yeah, Representative Davis.
I'm new on the committee, and all of this stuff is very new to me. I was just wondering, this is well thought out and well written. I was just wondering why it took so long to straighten it out.
Well, you have political winds blow in a different direction sometimes. And that's the most neutral answer I can give you.
Differences of opinion and philosophy as to when lines should be drawn. So there are people who believe that drawing the line at the point of vestment was a completely fine thing to do, and retroactively doing this. And there are people who think that that's retroactive law and shouldn't have been done, and benefits shouldn't be changed. So the kind of debate has waged over the years as to what was appropriate and what wasn't appropriate.
The other thing too with this too, Representative, is that there was, when this all came to happen, there was a bit of a national craze going on. All the states were looking at it. We had some really bizarre media hype that surrounded it. And now that we have, I guess, the benefit of some 2020 vision looking back over the last decade, there are other states that have gone back and made changes and reverted back to old benefits because they got caught up in the craze too and realized, hey, we just went too far. So I think there's an element of that where you can look at what you did and go, you know what, we had some unintended consequences here as well.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Yes, Representative True, and then Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on on what we, on the, not reduced after 3 years, line, page 1, 5 through 7.
Mhm.
That is, that's only referring to the people affected by the entire change, the 1,700 people?
No, that would be everybody. So that's the people affected by the change, the people who were in the old system and the people in the new system. So post 2012, after 2012.
And this is only speaking to group 2?
It is only speaking to group 2, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, RSA 100.
Because it is specific to those 2 paragraphs.
Yes.
So yeah.
Only group 2?
Yeah, that's the art. Well,
As far as I can tell, I mean, let me dive in here a little bit just to see. This may
let me look that up, Chris.
no, it would apply to both groups because as it's written, it's the Roman numeral, which encompasses the
Once this goes into effect, though?
yeah because there's no subparagraph.
Oh, there's no subparagraphs. You're right.
Right.
No, it's just straight up
Yep.
the 8 there.
It
So
it would be very peculiar for the state to have a different definition for vesting for one group over another. That would be weird. So
Well,
this,
and once again,
this-
yeah.
this would apply to both.
And the vesting component of it, I mean, that's how we've been functioning.
Yeah, that's
It's
not a
just never
change.
been written in law. All of our calculations, everything's based off of 10 years for as far as the vesting is concerned. The fact that your average final compensation and earnable compensation definitions, so what monies you make qualify towards going towards your final benefit. And then once we've run the calculation, what the average final benefit is going to be, where, we can run the calculations based off of that final amount that you've earned. Those things can't be changed after 3 years. They're locked in place. So if we say we're going to take your best 5 years, all right, and a few other little caveats in there, not to get into too much detail, that can't change. And once we've calculated what that number is for you, that can't change either. So those 2 things.
But there are many elements that can.
Yes.
This is just specific to 2 parts of it.
Right. So they can change. So right now, firefighters pay in 11.8% of their own money into the system. If a future legislature wanted to come back and say everybody now has to pay in 12 or 7 or whatever it would be, this wouldn't affect those people in that way. We could still change their rates that they have to pay in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things that I think is we should be conscious and cognizant of is that we are creating a record here. It's not only the document that we're producing, but these deliberations are part of the record, okay? And that's something that if it ever came to a lawsuit, that the court looks back and sees how the record was created and what the record specified. So as long as we're clear about what we're doing and why we're doing it, and that we are didn't stumble into it. Oh, if we'd ever thought about that, we wouldn't have done it that way, or we would have done it some other way. No, we are consciously doing this. This is what we want to do. We're making this policy decision on behalf of starting the full committee deliberations. And as long as we're clear, and I am, that this is what we want to do, we want to lock it in, I'm good to go.
Well, my feeling on it, my perspective on it is, if we're going to push this legislation forward at all, then we said we shouldn't have done it before. And if we shouldn't have done it before, I'm not sure why we wouldn't limit it from happening again in the future. The 2 seem to me to go kind of hand in hand. So from that perspective, I'm comfortable with it. I'm always cognizant of the fact that something catastrophic can happen in the future, and this might have a ramification for that, including for the whole system. But then again, a future legislature can always come out and take this out if they want to. So, I mean, it's
Right.
repealable.
It's not constitutional law.
It's not
statute.
constitutional law, it's statute, so it can be repealed. So, I mean, there's always that part of it too, in our ever-changing world of politics. So we're about halfway through our time. Anybody else have anything else that they would like to interject at this point? Any other concerns, questions on the amendment? All right, seeing none, does anybody have? Yes, okay, that's fine, Chris. We've got 15 minutes. You can have 10, you can have 12 of them.
Could you review the policy changes?
Policy changes. First off, you're getting that reduced after 3 years of
Got that
service
one,
that we just saw. Okay. You're getting on page 8. Is it 8? Is that the one, Steve? There's definitely one there. Where's the 80?
Yeah,
it's
the
80
eighth would be
Yeah, there it is, line
the
23.
concession of the pension cap.
from 85% to 100% of the member's
Yep.
final average compensation.
There's more than just that though. So it's the 85% back to 100, but there's also the fact that the pension cap is now encompassing 8 years of people that were not under any pension cap before.
So, and then it's establishing that pension cap at 125,000, and then it's giving an annual increase of 1.25%. And that that accounts for inflation, so that the pension cap doesn't get stagnant. It doesn't mean that anybody would ever make that amount. That's up to municipalities. They can make that determination. So you're getting that. You're getting the rollback of the table, so that people who are in that transitional period who had their benefits changed, the annual multiplier changed from 2.4 to 2.3 to 2.2 to 2.1. Every year that's getting repealed for a different group of people back to the 2.5, and the old calculation table that they were hired under. So you're getting that. I feel like I'm forgetting one thing. Am I forgetting something?
As far as policy goes,
Yeah.
no, because the rest of it's all date changes other than just also too, it's not a policy change, but it is in essence a concession that the anti-spiking provisions are all remaining
Sure.
when those folks prior to 09 were not covered with any anti-spiking provision. So the 2001 to 2009 folks, if we were going to do a full restore back to what they were hired under, in theory, they should have no pension cap. But the pension caps and the anti-spiking provisions are all being left in place because we don't, again, as you said, we don't want to repeat bad mistakes in both directions here.
So as far as I can see, we have two options before us as a subcommittee. We can either recommend the adoption of this amendment for the executive session this afternoon, because we are executing this bill one way or another at 1 o'clock this afternoon. It's scheduled for that. So we can either bring this recommendation forward, or the bill in its original form will come forward to the executive committee, and we'll be debating that original bill without this amendment. Does anybody see that differently? Tony? Sound all right?
Yeah, I understand. I don't have a vote, but.
Yeah, no. I was just looking for you for clarification.
Also, procedurally, the only way you would not debate the original bill is that if someone on the committee immediately moves
Moves this.
the amendment, and then you don't have to have two discussions.
Exactly. Right. So if the subcommittee thinks that we should move this amendment, I will be moving that amendment at the executive meeting.
That's pretty standard procedure. The subcommittee chair makes the motion.
Does anybody have any concern with moving this amendment, Chris?
Well, no, just,
Yeah. No, you had your hand up
1,000.
before. Yep.
5,000, I'm down to 4,000. Is there going to be, on the original bill, it was downshifting to the political subdivisions.
Yes, there isn't on this one. This comes out of the state.
Right.
We pay for it.
And that is, do we get a fiscal note on that?
Not yet. So this is where we sit as far as the fiscal component of it is concerned. This amendment,
Has to pass.
has to pass, and it would allocate $25 million. Okay. If that stands, if nobody changes that, any of the $25 million that isn't spent to meet the requirements of the bill would be downshifted to municipalities to lower their rates. However, this bill still will have to go to finance, and finance will have a finalized fiscal note, and they can make an adjustment to it if they choose. So if the fiscal note comes in at, let's say, just for ease, $200 million, they can amend the bill to say $20 million over the next 10 years, and then that's what we would pay in. There'd be less, obviously, downshifting to the municipalities for rate reduction at that point, but that's something that finance can do if they choose to. Does that make sense? Anybody else?
Also, Representative True, understand that it's a policy problem that we have with the rules of the retirement system. It's not that they are unwilling to give a fiscal note for this right now. They are prevented until this passes.
Yeah, we've got to get this out of our committee. Well, through this committee or through the House?
There's been some discussion as to internally, talking to Marty about that. They're going to try to see if they can loophole around this once the committee passes it to start that process. But technically, it has to pass the House.
Yeah. So it's a week, but even still, finance should have it, be able to hang on to it for long enough to get the fiscal note, and then they can make a decision on.
But either way, whatever anyone does, it's terminally funded.
It's terminally funded. Yes. Would anybody like to make a motion as to whether or not to adopt this amendment? Representative Davis?
I'll make a motion of ought to pass.
Okay. Do I have a second on that? Representative Gerhard? Thank you. You guys want to say anything about it?
I think it's all pretty much been covered. So, but like I said, I'm very impressed with this. I'm finally happy to see something that comes through that really helps people in the retirement system.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it reestablishes the state's credibility.
Awesome. Representative True?
I think it is definitely an improvement over downshifting $10 million to these towns. I'm not saying what I'll say in committee, but I support the amendment as being an improvement.
Okay, very good. Representative Schmidt, did you want to say anything on it? All right, I will take a vote then. The motion is ought to pass on amendment 2023-0483H. Representative Drew?
Aye.
Representative Schmidt?
Aye.
Representative Davis?
Aye.
Representative Gerhard?
Aye.
And the chair votes yes. So 5-0.
That's the same as I.
Huh?
Just kidding.
All right, guys, thank you so much for your work on this. We'll bring it to the executive committee this afternoon at 1 o'clock.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to EDNA. I'd like to mention that Representative Davis is filling in as our clerk today, so be gentle with him. And I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 457 and calling Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Chair McGuire and committee. My name is J.D. Bernardi. I'm represent Rockingham 36, which is Hampton Falls, Kensington, Southampton, Newton, and Plastow, basically the southeast border from the ocean inward. I rise to support HB 457, which is an act relative to the state treasury and pension fund management. The key sentence in the bill, and it applies to both treasury funds and pension funds, is all investments and their management shall be governed by the fiduciary duty to maximize benefits for the state or the beneficiaries of the state's trust funds. It's a very simple, clear responsibility. But why present the bill? Why isn't this already being done? Well, the federal government is changing the rules on fund management. And the very latest set of rules that they've modified are the ERISA rules, the Employee Retirement Income Security Act. Basically, they have now said that plans can consider ESG in pension fund investments. Why is this a problem? Why did they need to do this? Well, because ESG funds traditionally do not carry the same return as traditional funds. That's why they have to change the rules. We're not maximizing return for every dollar invested. Our pensioners are not getting the full value of their pension. The CEO of BlackRock, the largest investment firm managing these kinds of funds, says it's okay to have have lower returns for about 10 years while we achieve broader sustainability objectives. Now, we are not alone in this. There are 6 other states that have already adopted similar measures: West Virginia, Florida, Texas, Utah, Kentucky, and Oklahoma. They've either done this by legislation or by their treasurer taking action to specify compliance with these standards. I'd like to read a note from the Kentucky Attorney General about this issue. While asset managers may review a social purpose or sacrifice some performance on their investments to achieve an ESG goal, investment managers entrusted to make financial investments for public pension systems must be single-minded in their motivation and actions, and their decisions must be solely in the interest of the members and beneficiaries, and for the exclusive purpose of providing benefits to the members and beneficiaries. To do otherwise risks breaching clearly established statutory, contractual, fiduciary duties. It is the opinion of this office that stakeholder capitalism and environmental, social, governance, investment practices that introduce mixed motivations to investment decisions are inconsistent with the law governing fiduciary duties and owned by investment management firms to public pension plans. In addition to that, there are 16 other states that are taking up similar legislation. And several of their attorney generals have also written a letter to the CEO of BlackRock. I mentioned the largest of one of these investment management firms, and one or two sentences here in that letter. Based on the facts currently available to us, BlackRock appears to use hard-earned money of our state citizens to circumvent the best possible return on investment, as well as their vote. BlackRock's past public commitments indicate that it has used citizens' assets to pressure companies to comply with international agreements that force the phase out of fossil fuels, increase energy prices, drive inflation, and weaken national security of the United States. As I indicated, this was signed by 19 attorneys generals of different states. So how is this done? Well, basically, the largest investment management firms, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, they have about 3/4 the asset size of the U.S. gross domestic product. They have the largest. They're the largest shareholders in 90% of the S&P 500 companies, and they force behavior by voting their shares, our pensioners' shares. They vote them to force the activity that they want to have happen. I'll give you an example. Exxon, it had 3 board members up for renewal. The triumvirate of BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street voted in 3 environmentalists to sit on that board instead of oil and gas people. That caused Exxon to abandon its leasing opportunities in Vietnam and Malaysia. Who bought them? The Chinese Communist Party's energy firm. And who is the largest shareholder in that company, in the Chinese firm? Happens to be BlackRock. So we lose, China wins, BlackRock wins, and Americans are seeing a devastation of our energy investment structure. About 90% of oil and gas investment has been dried up in the last few years. Our costs go up, natural gas costs go up, gas costs go up at the pump, and we see it in our electric rates and our fuel oil costs and our gas to heat our home. So their goal is to force behavior change. I submit to you that it is your job as federal and state legislators to decide what policies we are to have, not these investment firms. The bottom line is we have higher energy costs and lower rates of returns on our pension funds and a loss of legislative authority. So the fix is simple. A short 1-sentence change to both the treasurer and the pension fund responsibilities. I might comment on what I saw in the fiscal note regarding this. There was some concern that adopting a fiduciary duty responsibility rather than a sole interest standard may be antithetical to the pension fund's responsibilities. I submit they are essentially the same. If anything, the sole interest standard may be a little higher, but I would ask anyone testifying from that side of the House, do they have any funds invested and being managed by BlackRock, State Street, or Vanguard? Are they using ESG in their funds, and are they operating to the detriment of our pensioners? With that, I'll stop and answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Lekes.
Thank you. You mentioned the changes to the federal fiduciary duty for people that invest in pension funds. I'd heard about that. I thought they were proposed. Do you know the status of them?
In November, that was adopted that said you can now do it. It was a proposal in November of last year. You may now use ESG criteria in managing your funds. So instead of having a strict fiduciary duty, now you can intermix these additional concepts.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Outside of the 3 main brokers that you're talking about, how would we determine whether or not somebody was using ESG, for example, over just a straight up fiduciary responsibility? And what are the repercussions if they don't follow these guidelines, if they do, for example, use ESG?
I am not sure how we deal with the repercussions, but the folks managing the funds need to be asking the questions of the funds that they're reviewing to invest in. They have to specifically ask those kinds of questions. Are you using ESG criteria in making decisions in managing this fund? Are you using diversity, equity, inclusion criteria in managing these funds? Are you using anything other than strict financial fiduciary duty, pecuniary interest?
Thank you.
It's an act of responsibility on the part of these folks.
Thank you.
Representative Abear?
Representative, thank you for being here today. I think that this is a true concern and something I'm very interested in. Spinning off of our co-chair's question, when because I've been through this personally myself, when you're asking those questions, how could this lock in to ensure that it's in writing that they're not using ESG? Because even as I've been diving into some of my business dealings and asking, I'll get a very delayed answer of 48 hours. And then they come back and say, no, but I'm not getting a very confident, no, we're not using ESG. So how can we strengthen this or ensure? I like where you're going with it. I want to make sure that it's solid. Thank you.
Well, it's my understanding that any of these funds, there has to be a full disclosure of the risks and the benefits, and normally on page 90 of that, in the fine print, they'll say, oh, well, we do use some of our monies for ESG purposes, but no, maybe not all of it, you know. So they have to disclose. They have a requirement to disclose. And so it does require someone to be active, as you mentioned. You have to ask these questions. You can't just say, I trust you. You're a good financial firm, and you've got a good track record with us, and so we accept your proposals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I
Okay.
forgot to thank you.
Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a really good idea, but I'm just wondering if we're going about it the wrong way in a sense. So Article 83 allows the general court to investigate any corporations for monopoly, fraud. Therefore, all just power by the state is hereby granted to the general court to enact laws to prevent the operations within the state of all persons and associations and all trusts and corporations, foreign or domestic, and the officers thereof, who may endeavor to raise the price of any article, commerce, etc., etc. I think we've pretty much established that BlackRock has a monopoly position in many ways. I'm just concerned that maybe going another route, because I just worry about, as we were saying earlier, trying to figure out if they really are engaging in this kind of activity. So that's my concern.
Well, it's clear that they are. Whether they have a monopoly activity or not, in aggregate, they have joined with other investment firms, and they have maybe a little less of half of all the investment money in the world. All these firms together, they're part of the Global Financial Alliance for Net Zero and Climate 100 group, and so in aggregate they have that tremendous marketing power or tremendous voting power when you sit on a board and you have so large a share. You collectively are the largest shareholder. You can cause a company to do whatever you want it to do. That's the concern, and that's why these attorney generals and that's why these other states have taken action, is the federal government is right now moving in a different direction. Whether or not you want to have an investigation, certainly
Yes,
can.
well, this bill specifically addresses the investment policies of the retirement system and the
Treasury.
state treasurer.
Yes.
And I believe that is within our control, so we should, or at least it's within our authority to make laws that affect them.
Yes, we can't change the federal policy, but we can deal with our treasurer's investments, and we can deal with our pension funds investments, just like these other states have done and are doing.
Thank you. Okay, Representative Simon.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Just hypothetically speaking, because ESG is a movement, and I agree, once again, I also agree with where you're heading with this. I just want to make sure that we're careful in how we do it. What if every investment firm starts using ESG? My concern is with the language, not just that it would be prioritizing those things, but would also work in concert with. Would we potentially run out of options of people to invest in if that is part of the language? And secondarily, if I may, Madam Chair, at the same time, have we looked at other states who are doing this and it's working? Have we looked at their language and compared it to the language that we're using in this bill?
Yes, this language, second part first, this language largely came from discussing this with other states. So we are in harmony. And as I mentioned, through Climate Change 100 and the Global Financial Alliance for Net Zero and the companies involved in that, it's around 40% of the companies are involved. So 60% of them are not. And because of this issue arising, there are financial investment firms that are popping up that are saying our focus is to be a traditional company. We are not getting into this ESG arena.
Thank you for the answer.
Thank you very much, Representative Bernardi.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Marty Carlin. Since the treasurer isn't here, I presume that your comments also apply to the Treasury. Okay, thank you. One for you and one for the file.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Marty Carlin, representing the New Hampshire Retirement System. Our NHRS board has not taken a position on this piece of legislation as yet. I provided some written testimony as background that I'd like to read and then address a couple of the issues that came up in the prior testimony. The NHRS board has had a long-standing concern about any legislation that could potentially impair our fiduciary duty to act in the best interests of our members. Under existing constitutional and statutory provisions governing the retirement system in New Hampshire, as well as general trust law under the Internal Revenue Code, fiduciaries must follow the duty of loyalty at all times. Pursuant to RSA 100A1, subparagraph A1, this duty requires NHRS fiduciaries, including its board of trustees and members of the Independent Investment Committee, to make decisions solely in the interest of the participants and beneficiaries. Further,
You needn't read the rest of it. I mean, what's the issue?
If you'll indulge me, please, I'll skip the constitutional provision. But in lay terms, the goal has always been and continues to be to make prudent long-term investment that provide the best chance of meeting or exceeding our assumed rate of return while balancing risk and liquidity. This isn't a new position specific to this legislation. Back in 1987, legislation was considered that to mandate that the retirement system divest from companies that did business in Northern Ireland and failed to make substantial action regarding the McBride Principles, which was a framework dealing with hiring practices regarding underrepresented religious groups in Northern Ireland, basically Catholics. At the time, external legal counsel warned NHRS that legislation adding non-fiduciary factors to the use of retirement funds would mean that funds would no longer be used for the exclusive purpose of providing benefits, but would also be used for the divergent collateral purpose of affecting social or political change. Regardless of how well-intentioned the goal of this legislation may be, our overall concern is that proposals such as this, whether emanating from the left or the right of the political spectrum, have the potential to curtail our ability to effectively discharge our fiduciary duty. basically, you know, I think we had a similar comments about a China bill last year, and there's a bill I believe that Kim, you'll be hearing next week that these comments apply to as well. To address a couple of the questions, as a public employee retirement system, NHRS is not subject to ERISA. There were rules promulgated recently regarding ESG. The prior administration had rules that banned ESG. So with the depending on the leadership in the White House, we could see a lot of fluctuation over the years in what we're talking about with ESG. One thing about ESG is how is it used? We don't have any funds that we invest in that prioritize environmental, social governance issues over making as much money as we can for our members or beneficiaries. There are some funds out there that do that. We do not invest in that. We don't see that. We would see that as a breach of our fiduciary duty to maximize investment returns for our members and retirees. BlackRock does have funds that do that. We have a substantial stake in a S&P 500 index fund managed by BlackRock. So there's no, you know, priority given to certain companies. This is the S&P, and it's probably one of our lowest fee investments. So even if there were other managers offering S&P index funds, we're not sure if we would be paying more in fees for that, which would arguably breach our fiduciary duty because we could get a better deal somewhere else. And with ESG, you know, I was looking for some background on how that's assessed, and I found some. There was a paper put out last fall by ALEC, Legislative Research. It's a nonprofit national group of conservative lawmakers that proposes model legislation around the country for various topics. And according to ALEC, environmental, social, corporate governance, and other similarly oriented considerations are pecuniary factors only if they present economic risks or opportunities that qualified investment professionals would treat as material economic conditions under generally accepted investment theories. That is what our investment committee does now. We don't prioritize or do that. So, you know, the reference to in concert would, if in fact 40% of managers even consider these factors, that would reduce our investment horizon by 45%, and you know, and the fees and the quality of some of the other funds may not be as robust as the returns we can get currently. So, you know, there's that piece to it as well, and you know, and finally, you know, we for proxy voting of our investments, our policy is that any ESG proposals to a board will be considered based on potential impact on the long-term economic interests of the company. Generally, we will abstain from such consideration absent a clear effect of the proposal on share value. So that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Despite your saying you're not taking a position, it seems to me that you're taking a position against any restriction on the fiduciary duty of the Board of Trustees and the Investment Committee.
Broadly speaking, yes. If this proposal was put forth to divest from fossil fuel companies by June 1st, you know, we would have the same concerns the other way. And you know, one other. So specific to this legislation, the board may take a position if it advances out of committee. But as a general principle, anything that would add, you know, political or social goals on either end of the spectrum is of concern.
Okay. Are there any specific questions? Representative Hebert and then Gerhard.
Marty, thank you for being here today. So do you view ESG as a threat?
I'm not on the investment committee or the director of investments. You know, to the extent that it has an impact on share value, I think I could speak for an HRS that, you know, that would be of concern to us if it's going to reduce, you know, our ability to earn the most we can.
One follow-up. So I think the question I asked and the question you answered are two different things. I think I asked if you thought ESG was a threat, and I think what you answered is you think it would be a threat to put this legislation in place for to meet your fiduciary responsibilities.
We don't have any, we don't prioritize or consider ESG in a vacuum as ESG is inherently good. We're apolitical on the concept.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just curious, are there any places that New Hampshire shouldn't be investing?
You know, in the investment universe is, you know, if the federal government bans investments in certain countries, you know, Iran, you know, certain Chinese companies, Russia, you know that, you know, other than where we are legally prevented, you know, by federal statute from investing in, you know, we will look for the best opportunities. Most of those are domestic equities. That's sort of our largest portfolio piece. But you know, anything in the legal universe, we will consider if it can meet, you know, if it can make money for the members and retirees and grow the trust fund.
Okay, one follow-up, yes, and then Representative Leckis.
Thank you. So, as far if I remember correctly, the implications, well, the rationale for this bill was more because of federal pressure might come down upon investment companies to make certain decisions. So, would the retirement fund be willing to nullify a federal decision if it interfered with earnings, but it complied with federal law?
The federal provisions right now are under ERISA, which governs private retirement plans. So we're not subject to ERISA. So any changes wouldn't affect us if there was a federal law passed. You know, we would have to look at the law and you know, if it does appear to breach fiduciary duty, you know, I can't say until we see a proposal. But the current changes alluded to with ERISA plans govern private sector and union retirement plans, not, you know, state and local government plans.
All right, thank you.
Representative Leckis?
Thank you. Kind of related to that, if the federal law does change to open up, you know, for public pension systems, the option to invest in those, so basically loosening the requirement for investing strictly on a fiduciary duty basis, what is in place, if anything, either in statute or something else that would require the investment committee to stay strictly with, you know, the best returns with reasonable risk for the pensioners and the taxpayers?
I think RSA 100A15-1, that proposal that I read the excerpt from, it doesn't prioritize anything above traditional fiduciary duty, and that's a state statute. So we would follow that. That would, if the federal government said you can if you want to.
Right.
We read New Hampshire law and constitutional provision that, you know, it would be if we were prioritizing social or environmental goals over investment returns, that we wouldn't be able to do that under the current statutory framework as it exists.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much. Christy Merrill and Ryan Hale from the Bankers Association.
Good morning. Thank you,
If
Madam
you have
Chair.
written testimony, you might distribute it soon.
Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable members of the House Executive Department's Administration Committee. My name is Christy Merrill. I'm president of the New Hampshire Bankers Association. And with me today is Ryan Hale. He is vice president of the New Hampshire Bankers Association and head of government relations. We represent 38 member banks who employ approximately 6,000 people in New Hampshire. And we are here today to provide testimony in opposition to House Bill 457. As it's drafted, the legislation prohibits the state treasurer and the New Hampshire retirement system from engaging in business with any financial institution that prioritizes social, political, or ideological interests above or in concert with the traditional fiduciary duty to maximize financial benefit. We think that the the fiscal note on the legislation, particularly the part by the New Hampshire retirement system, really outlines very well. I can't explain it better than they did, in terms that they describe the language used in the bill as being vague and undefined, and that will be nearly impossible to enforce. As it's been pointed out, similar legislation has been proposed in several other states around the country. And in fact, Texas passed 2 bills in 2021. And these proposals prohibited municipalities from doing business with banks that had environmental, social, and governance policies against the firearm and fossil fuel industries. We just wanted to point out a recent study that was conducted by the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania. And they outlined that the impact of the proposals in Texas cost municipalities an additional $303 million to $532 million in interest on $32 billion in bonds, due to less competition after several banks left the state. In that case, the taxpayers of Texas are the one that's losing there. New Hampshire's economy is rightly the envy of most, and banks are proud to be part of that success. They take great care in reviewing loan application and deposit accounts. And every year, our member banks support our communities by lending hundreds of millions of dollars to New Hampshire businesses and families. We've seen banks continue to move here. However, we're concerned this legislation could have a chilling effect on that growth. In closing, we think House Bill 457 is vague and unenforceable, and we would ask for an expedient to legislate, but I know Ryan wanted to make a few comments as well.
Thank you, Christy, and thank you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the committee. I just also wanted to point out Indiana is considering a bill very similar to this, and in their fiscal note, they estimate that this could that the pension fund in Indiana, the retirement system in Indiana, could see $6.7 billion, could cost them $6.7 billion over the next 10 years in reduced returns. And that's, they're managing, I think, a fund of around $2.3 billion in assets. So it's pretty significant to the retirement system.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Carlson?
While they're coming up, Madam Chair, may I ask whether this is going to subcommittee?
Yes, to the pension subcommittee, which has a clean slate. We'll have a clean slate this afternoon.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. My name's John Carlson. I lead state policy in New Hampshire for Ceres, organization which works with large corporations and investors around the country. I think you'll find some of my testimony tracks with what we've previously heard here. I'll be pointing to some of those same studies. I'll try to.
Can you get closer to the microphone? Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. So I'm providing testimony on behalf of Ceres itself, the organization, along with its 200 members of our investor network, which collectively have about $30 trillion in assets under management, and the 80 members of our Businesses for Innovative Climate and Energy Policy network, many of whom have investments and interest in New Hampshire. These are large corporations like Autodesk, Akamai, Worthen, Biogen. We have strong concerns over House Bill 457, which is prohibiting the state treasurer and New Hampshire retirement system from conducting business with any financial institution that prioritize social, political.
Excuse me, you don't need to read your testimony. Please tell us what the issues are.
You know, as Representative Simon had pointed out, I think one of the key pieces of language in it is the prohibition on using any of these interests in concert with the traditional financial fiduciary duty. You know, many investors, including our members, see these considerations as material to the financial performance of their investments. Now, regardless of your agreement with that statement, it shouldn't be the government's role to dictate what considerations are allowed over the considered judgment of financial professionals in the field. You know, adoption of this bill is effectively going to limit the options of active fund managers and investment opportunities for the state of New Hampshire and the retirement system. Detailed analysis demonstrates this is going to cost the New Hampshire economy and citizens through reduced returns. My testimony and my written testimony, you'll see I similarly point to the fiscal note done by the Indiana State Legislative Services Commission, certainly no blue state, projecting a $6.7 billion decrease to pension fund returns over 10 years. Texas being one of the few states that has a similar law in place already. Analysis by the Wharton School has shown $300 to $532 million in additional interest on the bonds, result of restricting the number of banks that are able to compete for the state's business. So I just want to say, pension fund managers must consider all risks and opportunities in order to ensure the organizations remain profitable over the long term. ESG concerns are considered material, and if there is a flaw in that analysis, those funds will have lower returns over time, and the free market will move capital away from them. A bill like House Bill 457 is a government mandate saying that the fiduciary responsibility, the considered judgment of financial professionals' fiduciary responsibilities must be breached in order to put these political concerns over their own analysis. So I urge the committee to consider those severe implications and oppose the bill.
Thank you. Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. When we're, just for clarification purposes, when we're talking about this kind of legislation affecting 6.7 billion over, I think it was 10 years for a $2.7 billion fund, you're calculating that predominantly using bonds that are accessible from banks within the state's borders? How is that specifically being calculated?
So that was the Indiana State Legislative Services Commission did the fiscal note. I'm not familiar with all of the aspects of the analysis, but I'd certainly provide you with a copy of it. It'd be helpful.
That would be fantastic if you wouldn't mind.
Other questions? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since you've already indicated this is going to subcommittee, would you be available for the subcommittee's deliberations, Mr. Carlson?
I'd be happy to come up. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just curious, do you believe that government has the right to control corporations?
I think that
I'm
is a-
not sure that's relevant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes. All right. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 457? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing and open the public hearing on House Bill 278. Call Representative Emmerich and turn the gavel over to
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tracy Emmerich. I represent Hampton, Rockingham District 29. My testimony will be very brief because the wisdom of the chair has introduced an amendment which will wipe out 278 in its entirety. So I don't see any point in really going into the details of 278 or of answering questions because it's going to disappear in the next hearing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for coming. Marty, do you want to wait until the... Okay, sounds great. Anybody else like to speak to this before the amendment comes up? Seeing nobody, I will close the hearing on HB 278. And we're on time. I will open the hearing on the amendment 2023-0334H. And I recognize Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. The amendment wipes out all of House Bill 278 based on my experience with an identical bill last session, which would allow retired police officers to work special special duty on top of the limited hours specified by the retirement system. If I'm wrong and the committee wants to support it, this amendment could easily be an addition to instead of a replacement for, but I'm betting that won't happen. What it replaces it with is a fix for an inadvertent error made between everyone in the legislature who didn't notice something happening, OLS, and the publisher of our law books. And that's what Marty is here to tell you about. So I can't answer that anything other than this was a request to the retirement system and OLS to fix the mistakes that were made. I can answer questions about replacing the previous bill if necessary.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Lekas?
Thank you. You mentioned, based on your experience with a similar bill in the past, can you briefly say what happened?
We killed it unanimously,
Okay, thank you.
and it passed the House on consent, no problem.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Marty Carlin?
Thank you. And for the record, Marty Carlin from the New Hampshire Retirement System. The handout going around is just the existing statute, which would not change under this amendment, but just for reference, if anyone was interested in it. Essentially, we were alerted to an issue by the Office of Legislative Services, OLS, a couple of weeks ago, that in 2013, the paragraph 7 was added to RSA 100A16. And that added an employer reporting requirement for hours worked. In 2011, they created a weekly limit on how many hours a retiree could work. And then a couple of years later, they said, well, how many people are working? I said, well, there's no requirement for them to report data to us. So the committee created a bill that the employers had to report weekly hours for everyone who was retired and working for them. When the legislature passed that original bill in 2013, it included a 5-year sunset on 1/1/19. So the idea was to get this information for data collection purposes, and then it was going to sunset. In the ensuing years between 2013 and 18, this section of the law was amended several times along the way. Employer penalty was added to it for non-reporting, a compliance penalty that we had the ability to assess. And then in 2018, it was amended generally and significantly in House Bill 561. It replaced the weekly limit with an annual limit on hours worked. It changed the reporting requirement from monthly to annually. It's a completely different structure than it was, but no one caught at the time that repeal language from the 2013 enactment was still in the statute, lurking out there in the ether. So the most recently amended version of House Bill 561 took effect January 1st of 19, as did the repeal. Okay, so I learned all this from OLS, and they heard about it only because the publisher of the bound statutes for the state of New Hampshire, an editor with that Westlaw, Thomson Reuters, pointed it out to them. Like, hey, I see this conflict. What's up with this? And OLS alerted me to it. And OLS's perspective, and they don't feel like they have the full jurisdiction to say, but the statute has been in the law books, printed in the official version of the law every year since 2019. It was never taken from taken out of the statute. And in New Hampshire, the written bound version is the official law, even if it differs from online or some other version. So they believe we had the ability to enforce that reporting retirement for the last 3 years, but the language before you was drafted by them, and basically what it does is repeal the repeal of that section from 2019 and affirm the amendments along the way in our ability to to have enforced that law. So, I mean, this is really sort of a bureaucratic Kafka thing that adds a little comic relief to a sort of heavy day of bills that you're going to be talking about. But that's what this is all about.
Great. Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wanted to speak on this amendment? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. And we are off until 11:15. Okay.
Let's go into executive session on House Bill 278. And I'd like to move ought to pass and bring up Amendment 0334H. Okay. And we just heard about that. That's simply fixing a mistake that nobody noticed. The statute was a repeal, and we continued to amend it, and the retirement system continued to enforce it. So we'd like to clean up our act in this case. And that's all I want to say about it. Representative Schuett?
I'll just say that, yes, based on the sponsor's testimony and Mr. Carlin's testimony stating that this is just housekeeping, I think it's advised.
Yes, it'd be embarrassing to have a repeal that was never noticed floating around the system. All right. Does anyone else, Representative Blackus?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, what was the purpose of the original sunset? And if the idea at that time was that it didn't need to continue forever,
Well,
why shouldn't we just repeal it rather than do this?
Because at the time, we thought we only needed to gather data and find out how many people were working after retirement and how many hours and so forth. Representative Schmidt was here at the time, and Representative Goley and Representative Schuett. And we all thought, well, we'll just gather the data and then sunset the requirement. But it turned out over the period that it happened, we started wanting to enforce the limit, and without data, you can't. So we somewhat changed the purpose of the reporting requirement.
Okay, thank you.
I asked Representative True to have a.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the replace all is all it does is fixes the error.
Correct.
Has nothing to do with what the original bill wanted to do.
Correct. If you are concerned with the original bill, we can discuss that. But like I said, it allows retired police to work as much as they want on special duty, which we have consistently opposed in other legislation. So I just am making a bet that that's what the committee would prefer. I've been wrong before. Yes.
I'll just add that my recollection of the provision that was sunsetted coincides exactly with the chair's. And I would also echo that, yes, this committee has said no to this original type of proposal pretty consistently.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Representative, did you have a correction, Mr. Carlin?
For exceeding the hours, so it was purely for statistical purposes. We just sent somebody a letter saying, please don't do it. the most recent amendment does have a penalty on the retiree for exceeding it, so we would have no way to enforce that without the report.
Thank you, Representative Lekis.
Thank you. I'm going to state my understanding of why this whole thing is in there, and just let me know if it's correct, because I wasn't around when it was put in place. And my understanding is the concern that if officers could retire and then get lots of pay, either special duty or not, that it might provide an incentive for people to retire early and then both get a pension and keep working. Is that the basic idea?
That was one of the main concerns, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Schmidt.
So the term hasn't been used today, but double dipping is one of the frequent banes of our existence in this committee, in this connection. And is this not the question Representative Lekis just asked, that not the kind of the definition of double dipping, that you retire, start drawing your pension, and then you go back working part-time, and we don't like that, as my understanding.
Well, yes, and this would allow a person to work part-time under one position and then work as much or extra duty as they wish, with no limit whatsoever. Or essentially back to full-time. Okay. Any other comments? Okay, then we have the amendment 0034.
Excuse me, it's 0334.
If that wasn't what I said, it's certainly what I meant. Sorry about that. Okay, so to adopt the amendment, and the motion is to adopt the amendment, and the clerk can call the roll. That's it. Go for it.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Abear,
Yes.
Representative Gerhard,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
I think that's it. Is there anyone who didn't vote? Oh, and the chair, sorry, of course. Gotcha.
No problem, that happens all the time.
13 yeas.
All right, 15-0, the amendment is adopted, and I move ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 278. Any further discussion?
Second.
Representative True. Representative True, were you seconding or? Okay. Is there any further discussion or comment? All right, seeing none, we'll,
I think we should talk a minute to give the clerk a chance to
Ah.
be ready.
the clerk can call the roll when ready. No rush.
Motion.
The motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 278.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Abear,
Yes.
Representative Gerhard,
Yes. Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
that's it. And the chair.
Yes. To 15. Okay, the motion passes 15-0. Is there any objection to consent? Okay, we'll put this on consent and I will write the committee report at my convenience. And now we only have 20 minutes before the next hearing.
Plenty of time to go straighten this out.
There we go.
I have a question of the chair. So it does have an FN on the amendment. Does that influence whether we can leave it on consent or not?
Even if it was, the original bill is no longer in play, so that FN doesn't really apply to this.
Right, the amendment.
It seems
the
like it.
original bill had a fiscal impact. The amendment, I don't believe, does. And if
I just want to make sure we're doing it.
if there's an issue with it, the clerk and the speaker will just pull it off consent and put it in the regular calendar. Yep. Yeah. It's happened before.
She's in Durham now. She's in that fancy, yes. So anyway, I said to him, I told you, that started in 26, 2016. That's when we started seeing the inside. And that went on, so it's logical to assume that was nationwide. Mickey Haley just to assess. I'm not split them up. Trump's got a firm 35% on his part. But that's my that's my. Very true. Here, one of the people,
Sounds like a good job to volunteer for. Well, that makes sense. Could be.
And it doesn't
Trivia that I never knew. Main income. I certainly have to make a motion. Although it's gonna wait. It should be because, today's the last day of the
It looks like there's two rather than staying till 2 in the morning. Considered to be the middle of the I mean, there was a very close, and there was one time where and actually, I was there that morning, and then at lunchtime, I was being, I actually got my temperature taken, it was like 101 point something, so I started out with so I felt both good and bad. I wasn't used to be doing my job with everybody else. I would have been I was going to sweat in the it's all in case. After the entrance of the house, when the session began, there's somebody else standing at the end of this gold powder gold feet. That's the clock.
Increase mine, the hell is it? Oh, no, I noticed this probably. It seemed to me yesterday, in the
Okay. Welcome back. I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 461, and I call Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Representative Steve Pearson, Rockingham District 13, which encompasses Spacetown, USA, Derry. So, 461. 461 addresses a problem that was at one time a one-off issue in the city of Franklin. And then it happened again. Then it happened again. And this is something that's been discussed by the ED&A committee for a couple of years now and really needs to be addressed before this goes any further. So what happened was, as unfortunately occurs sometimes in law, there are loopholes. And a loophole was discovered and exploited by the town of Hooksett a couple of years ago and now by the town of Londonderry. So what that loophole is a community would take a Group 2 position, in this case, in both cases, a fire chief's position, and in essence decertify it to a part-time position, but yet bring on board a person to fulfill the role of the fire chief, in the case of Hooksett, or in the case of Londonderry, retire their fire chief and bring him right back. Now, what that does in essence is it has two effects. One, it creates double dipping, which this body has expressly stated that they're not in favor of. The other thing that it did, or it does, is when you decertify a position and you put it to part-time, all of a sudden the debt that position has created as far as the unfunded liability goes disappears. Now, of course, the debt itself doesn't disappear. The debt is very much still there, but the responsibility of that community as part of their payment of said debt now for some reason goes away. So that debt is now transferred to other communities because we have to pay the debt. So if your community finds a way out of paying the debt, then someone else's community is going to have to take that on. And that's really not fair. That's not fair to the system. It's not fair to other communities. And this is one of those cases where, as you know, for those of us that are stewards of this system on the legislative side, this is something that damages things. And when we uncover things that do that, it is in our best interest to deal with them. So this was discussed 2 years ago. Okay, at the time we had a modern example and one from the 90s, and it has become glowingly obvious that we need to really nip this in the bud. So the language, that's the background, the language basically says that if a political subdivision employer eliminates a Group 2 position or transfers that position to a part-time position, with that the retirement system needs to conduct an analysis of the debt of that position, and that community still needs to pay their debt. Now, how does one do that? Right? Because salaries change over time. You could have an anomaly in a given year. You could even have a community say, you know what, we're gonna pay you this for a year and then bring you in part-time. So this is why there's a 5-year look back. This provides a relative standard. It evens out maybe ebbs and flows of salary, and it provides a number for which the retirement system can base their analysis on. Now, in the interest of discouraging this type of activity, it comes with a 20% penalty. Because it's not just a matter of not paying the unfunded portion, but the retirement system requires income from folks in those positions that come out of their paychecks. 80, roughly, round numbers, 80% of the benefits that are paid out in a given year come right out of the paychecks of the current employees. So to prevent those three occurrences from causing harm to the system, the 20% penalty is in there to discourage this activity. We can't prohibit it. We cannot tell a town that they're going to eliminate a position that would start to fly in the face of 28A. But what we're going to say is, if you do eliminate that position, the debt that you have incurred on that position, you are still responsible for. That is the gist of House Bill 461.
Representative Pearson, I have a question.
Sure.
Why are you limiting this to Group 2? I know that the Pittsfield school system did something similar. They retired their superintendent and brought him back part-time.
Good question.
And I know that the counties have been saying, well, we'll save money by not having to make retirement contributions if we bring in a retired person to do this job.
So to answer your question, Madam Chair, the reasoning was simply because we saw examples of this in the Group 2 world, and I was not aware of examples in the Group 1 world. I am certainly not opposed to this applying to both if we do have a problem in Group 1 as well.
Okay, thank you. So it was an inadvertent omission and not a conscious decision. right?
Absolutely, correct.
All right. Does anyone else have any questions for Representative? Yes, thank you, Representative Lekis.
Thank you. So initially I was kind of concerned about the 20% penalty and wasn't necessarily happy with it, but I have a question. Normally, if you have a regular full-time person in there, then over time, their salary tends to go up, both as they're in the position longer and compensate for inflation, whatever. Sure. But with this 5-year look back, that's going to be a fixed number, right? It's not going to be increased.
Yeah, the idea of a 5-year look back would be to look at whatever the highest salary that was offered during that 5-year period. That just prevents. That's trying to prevent a loophole, in essence, of planning this event when you decide you're going to go this route with someone you really like who wants to retire but yet keep doing the same job.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. Right, but there's still some I'm going to ask you. It looks like, and tell me if I'm right, that there's still some benefit to the employer because, and it may be small, but because that number is fixed. Whereas the salary for an actual employee is probably going to rise, they would still be paying less towards the UAL as well as pension benefits.
Thank you for explaining why I put the 20% penalty in there.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it always the same? I've heard at candidates' nights and things that an elective fire chief is not necessarily in Group 2.
Correct, because they're not full-time.
So then, if you started with a follow-up, I guess.
Follow-up, yes.
Thank you. If you followed up, if one fire chief was an actual fire chief and was certified in the whole thing, and it was not reelected in favor of somebody who was not certified and not a fire chief, how would all this work?
It would be irrelevant. I am not aware of a single elected fire chief in the state of New Hampshire that qualifies as a full-time Group 2 employee. Those positions are appointed by they're hired as a regular employee by towns and cities.
Thank you.
Okay. I have an additional question, if nobody else. Isn't looking back to 2020 retroactive and thereby unconstitutional?
Yeah.
Fine, so
Yep. Yes, it is, Madam Chair. That was done as an attention getter.
fine, so we will, if we decide to pass anything of this bill, we will have to make sure that it's from the effective date of this legislation.
And it didn't work, by the way. The specific town that is currently involved in this is not here and did not reach out to me.
Okay, any other questions? Representative True and then Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, is this bill saying that a town ought not to reduce their fire or police force?
What it is saying is that if you choose to do so, you still have to pay the debt on the positions to which you created the debt. So a police department could eliminate half its positions. We're not telling a community, a city or town to what size they should have anything. But what we're saying is that if you had a police department of 20 and you choose to go down to 10, you still have 10 positions of debt that you are responsible for that you cannot transfer to a different community. That is what that says.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Schuett, then Abear, then Marcus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Pearson, could you explain why that situation that Representative True just asked about would be detrimental to the retirement system?
Well, simply enough, if to use round numbers, let's say that the retirement system figures out that each one of those positions encompasses $100,000 of debt. If you were to eliminate 5 positions, that's $500,000. Well, that $500,000 is still debt. It's still part of the unfunded liability calculation. So that $500,000 now has to be paid, instead of being paid by Sandown, it's now paid by Derry and Epsom and Hudson. So what we do not want to get into here is the use of a loophole to transfer a community's debt onto another community. And this would prevent that from happening.
Okay, thank you. Representative Abear?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Pearson, I was just curious what the compelling part of this was. Like, did it come to your attention? Did you get a phone call? Did you become aware of it and then started looking into it and it was like, oh, that's one town, that's 2 towns?
So the first instance of this I became aware of simply because I knew the person who was involved, who is a great guy. This is nothing against, I won't even name him. It's not against him personally. And that seemed like kind of a one-off event until what the town of Hooksett did, for whatever reason they chose to do that. That's up to them. But that was not, I don't believe in any way that was the town of Hooksett's intent at all. It was to was to either transfer debt or get out of paying that part of it. I'm not gonna say that was their intent at all. The current intent is a little bit more clear with that because they brought the same person back. So that really involves two things that we typically don't like to see, which is double dipping and debt transfer. So it's one of those things where I think that if we don't quench this flame, pun intended, here now, this has the potential to become a bigger problem later. And as Chairman McGuire so elegantly pointed out, once they do it, I can't go backwards and undo it. So we've got to stop this now before this becomes practice. Absolutely.
Thank you. Representative Blackus?
Thank you. So let's see if I'm correct. You're saying it's not just a situation, this won't just apply if you turn a full-time position into a part-time position. If you eliminate the position altogether.
Either way.
Either way, okay.
Yep.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So if you have expanded a department and you've done it for a few years, you decide you don't need it, you cut it back down, then the town or the employer will be on the hook as if that had been an employee and they'd accumulated this debt over a long period of time, when really that's not true.
That procedure, process, and analysis is not addressed here because the retirement system will calculate that the process of that will be on them to determine, and that's complicated. I'm not even going to begin to guess how that
follow
works.
up to maybe
Yeah.
clarify. Okay, so they're not just going to continue paying the same the payment towards the UAL as if it was still an employee. It would be some different amount. It would take into account things like how long the position's been there. Is that
That's
true?
why it says analysis for the retirement system as to the unfunded liability for that position.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you may recall, I believe you were on the committee at the time, we had a bill a couple of years ago that would have, removed a certain community, I think, from the retirement system. And this whole subject came up at that time, that in so doing, you're walking away from all your commitments in an attempt to, to reduce the cost of your town employees. But the bottom line is that this is we have this idea when we give an employee or employee group a COLA, has to be terminally funded. That's why it's so much more expensive than just a single, an extra 13th month check, and so forth. So this is. Do you think that the town is very often doing it ignorantly of the ramifications for the system?
It would be difficult, like I said before. I don't really know what the overall intent was. I'm not gonna.
I know you're not ascribing that.
I'm not ascribing that at all. And but yes, I think communities focus on what's going on in front of them and not necessarily the state. The health and wellness of the state pension system. That's pretty much our job.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this was to be, I'm thinking about demographic trends, just people move out of different areas, go in different areas. As far as schools closing, if we were to apply this across the board, what would happen then?
Well, it would depend on what they do with their staff, because but again, even in the, I'll give a great example. The town of Derry, we've had a reduction in our student population since 1996. We are substantially lower than we were back then. But, and this wouldn't apply to folks back then because this is going to take effect whenever it's passed, 60 days after passage, if it goes through. Over the time period where these positions exist, there was pension debt that occurred. So it's not fair for my town or my school district to walk away, excuse me, from that debt simply because they just, we had a lower student enrollment population and we kind of scaled things down because the debt's never really walked away from. It's just transferred to some other community. So that is exactly a circumstance that would be legitimate in this case. That's the part of the point of this. But we're not telling a school district they can't reduce their staff. We're just saying that the debt that they incurred over that time period is their responsibility.
Except that every school department in the state is facing a reduced student population. So that may be a very difficult thing to implement. Representative Simon?
Yeah, that might hit towards my question as I'm just thinking through the ramifications of this. So the implication would be that the more employees that there are, the less each employee's portion of the unfunded liability is, correct? So you're trying to keep people from reducing the number of employees they have?
No, not at all.
Okay.
There's nothing in here that prohibits or prevents or says, don't reduce your employees.
No.
You absolutely can, but just keep in mind you have responsibilities for the employee that you had.
Follow up, sorry. Clarifying, it came across the wrong way, I guess. What I'm saying is the more employees in the system, the more diluted the responsibility to the UAAL is for each individual person. We have 100,000 people as
Yeah.
opposed to 200,000 people. Is the responsibility for each individual person, as far as the UAAL is concerned, less if there are 200,000 as opposed to
I
200,000?
don't think so. I don't think it is because each individual employee has their
Actually, the story is that the UAAL was incurred from the 90s to about 07, and it's a fixed amount, and it just a current employee should not be incurring any additional UAAL.
Sure, if you were to hire someone today, right, they're being fully paid for. So if you created a position in 2020 and eliminated it in 2025, the effect of this would probably be zero.
So follow up. So in essence, then, when the NHRS is going back to determine whether or not a position is incurring liability and would need to pay this, they're looking back to what that town had for employees at the time that the UAAL was first instituted?
Good question. And that's a process, that would be a process question for them. Because like I said, the rules to which this will be implemented under would be set by the retirement system. The intent here, I think, is pretty clear. So
Sure.
it's just their application of that.
So that's a question for Marty then.
It would very much be a question for Marty. Yeah. It is.
All right, is there any other questions from Representative Pearson? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Carlin, you've had a warning of the questions.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. For the record, Marty Carlin, representing the New Hampshire retirement system. The retirement system has no position on this bill. I can speak in general terms about how we read the provision. And I think that'll answer some of the questions people had. But, addressing the bill as drafted, it speaks to Group 2 positions. So essentially, if it passed, it would sort of lock in the number of Group 2 positions for all employers in the state. They can add to that number, but if it goes below, this, or positions are eliminated, there would be the assessment penalty would kick in. Representative Simon was talking about individual liabilities for particular employers and things like that. And our employer rates are calculated to spread the liability, that's the same rate, whether you're in Littleton or Amherst or, Portsmouth, the police and fire rates are the same, and it's assessed as a percentage of the payroll. So, the higher salary, the more contributions come in. The bill right on its face, just says, we would get salary information for that position for the previous 5 years, whatever you know, whatever the highest one is, we would assess the current employer rate plus 20%. So right now, the group 2 employer rates are about 31%. Oh, goodness, I'm sorry. I shut off. I'm okay. So if, you know, just for the sake of round numbers, and I don't think, you know, these are probably higher, but it's just easier to conceptualize. Okay, you have eliminated a group 2 position, and you're hiring somebody on a part-time basis for $100,000. So based on the current, you know, employer rates, I'll just say 30%, presume it's fire. So 20% penalty is 36% of pay. So you'd be paying, you know, $36,000 a year going forward. That was based on the highest salary in the previous 5 years, while the person was, while the position was a contributing position to the retirement system. So it, you know, if we're looking for individual liabilities for specific people, it gets a lot more complicated. We'd have to have the actuary do those at a cost on a per person basis. We read this as it's a flat, you know, formula for everybody. You know, so, you know, our, just from a process concern, it says, you know, the employer shall not eliminate or transfer or position to part-time without an analysis from NHRS, but it doesn't spell out, you know, usually with things like that, there's language about, you know, on a form determined, you know, by the Board of Trustees or something like that. So, you know, and you know, if an employer doesn't do that exercise and eliminates a position and nobody notices it, you know, we're not going to find out about it until, you know, we do an audit, you know, somewhere in the next, you know, 3 to 7 years of the employer. So there's just some process pieces. I mean, if it's as simple as we create a form, you know, employer downloads it, puts the name of the position, if they have a number associated with it, which we wouldn't have any way to verify, they put in the salary information, and we just, you know, find the biggest number, multiply it by the current percent plus 20, and say, you know, you need to pay us this amount, you know, in perpetuity. You know, it wouldn't be part of the monthly reporting for, you know, members and employers that come in, because nobody's accruing a benefit for that. Essentially, any of the money coming in from the elimination of these positions would be treated as an actuarial gain. So it would all go towards the unfunded liability. You know, so to the extent if it's a couple of $1 million, you know, and you know, over the course of a year, that's just coming straight off the UAL. So the next time the rates are certified, they'd be that small, much lower. So I hope that, you know, and we don't see anything in here where the retirement system would be making any determination on whether it was right or wrong. Oh, you know, the population dropped and they got rid of somebody. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. You eliminate a position or you convert it to part-time, there's a fee. So there's no, you know, way to adjudicate, you know, what the reasons they did for it. It assumes, you know, that, you know, you're just paying the liability regardless. And honestly, if there was some sort of a setup to look at those, I don't know if we'd be comfortable making determinations on the merits of, you know, whether, you know, Bow should have 27 police or 26. You know what I mean? It's kind of outside our pay grade to make those determinations. And you know, you don't have to pay the penalty, and you do. You know, right now it's a blanket penalty.
Okay, in perpetuity. Yes, Representative Dolan, and then Lucas and Paper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for you. We hear a lot that school enrollments are dropping everywhere, which would seem to suggest we're overstaffed with teachers. We also hear a lot that we can't hire enough first responders, firefighters, where many communities are 20, 30% below what their open positions are, so we're shorthanded in that regard. So my question is this bill going to help mitigate some of those levels of staffing, that whether they're too high in terms of teachers or too low in terms of first responders, or is it neutral?
I'm not even I'm not sure if, you know, we could even analyze that, you know, that question. I mean, it does, you know, it, to the extent that the penalty changes behavior regarding headcount, it could have some impact, but I couldn't say whether, what that impact would be. Because if, when the employer is doing the calculus of how much am I paying the full-timer plus retirement, how much am I paying the part-timer plus the penalty, they look at the numbers, their decision-making may be influenced by that. So,
Follow up. What I'm wrestling with is, does this change help or hurt us with regard to the various payrolls that are out there? Or is that not the intent, that it would help or hurt, or you just want no position?
well, I think, Representative Pearson referred to this, and as a general principle, the actuary predicts, the head count to be relatively stable, for the member groups. We don't expect, people keep hiring new public employees, or that, there's going to be a, mass exodus of, 5,000 fewer in 5 years than there are now. So to the extent that the unfunded liability is assessed on the total payroll of all contributing members, if there are fewer contributing members, that liability is the same amount, but it's assessed at a higher rate on the remaining employers. So sort of collectively, if, there was a community that went away from full-time employees entirely, their liabilities wouldn't go away, but all the other employers would be paying a fraction of them because they don't have any covered payroll on which to assess it. So, it's kind of a complicated answer. I hope it helped. But
Yes, and many employers in the state have noticed that they're paying a lot to the retirement system for their employees, and they are making decisions based on how they can not do so. So they hire part-time people or whatever. Representative Lekis?
Thank you. So Representative Pearson gave an example saying that if a position were open in 2020 and then they decided they didn't need any more and closed it in 2025, that his assumption of how the retirement system would handle it would be that because they weren't employed during the time the UAL was, the problem was going on, that this would result in them, in the town, and the employer not paying anything. From what you said recently, though, it seems to me that that's not the case. So which is it?
because if the town's payroll was $3 million and they eliminated positions, so their payroll was only, $2 million, they would be paying the employer rate, as calculated, but they'd be paying it on a smaller payroll base. So that additional contributions, would be essentially sort of spread out among all the participating employers. So, if you're talking, one position, two positions, I mean, it's in the rounding, in terms of how much more each, individual employer is going to pay, but it does, spread that out among everyone,
Follow up? Yeah, that's not really, maybe it's answering in an indirect way, but I'm concerned about the particular case where an employee was hired not during the period that the wrong, an inadequate amount of money was being put in, and then the position's eliminated. So that the employer has not accrued, in my view, any debt whatsoever, and they shouldn't have to be paying any of this. So when I heard that from Representative Pearson, it made me feel a lot better about this bill. But from what you're saying, that's not the case. They're still going to, they'll still have to pay based on the highest of the last 5 years for that employee, even if the position didn't exist during the earlier period. Is that correct?
Yes, in the sense that the employer rates are the same for all members, regardless of when they entered the system. So the person who's been here 25 years and perhaps in their first half of their career, because of related issues, there was an unfunded liability associated. We weren't collecting the contributions correctly. And somebody who started last month, still 30% of pay for both of them.
One last follow-up, if I could?
Yes, one last follow-up.
So to have it work the way Representative Pearson said, could you suggest any language, you don't have to answer right now, but that would actually make that happen? Thank you.
It would be extremely complicated to calculate that based on the service of the individuals in the position. And if it was somebody switched positions in mid-course, it gets even and more complicated, so I'm not sure if there's a solution to that, to your concern.
Okay, Representative Weber?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marty, would you mind drafting up a cheat sheet for me, just like you did with 436?
Just sort of a hypothetical, here's at this employer rate, this is what it would cost the town. That's an easy one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Easier than 436?
Well, if you're not execing it today, I can do it if you're.
This will be going to the pension subcommittee.
Thank you.
Because it's clearly more complicated than it looked at
Yeah.
first reading. Are there any other questions for Mr. Carlin? Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the Representative Lakis's questions were getting back to the one that I had initially asked. Obviously, without the UAL, rates are just equal across the board and people pay in and you run the actuary on it. But the UAL is getting spread out among all present employees. So as the employee pool drops, the share for each contributing member goes up, which is the concern, right? So technically, as the pool goes down, the liability for the next person to get out goes up. The expense to that person would be more expensive than the person who got out previously. My concern with this is that it is there's an incentive to get out sooner because the later you get out. So if you're at a school system, for example, and you're looking to downsize because your student population is going down and you need to lay off teachers, and your liability, according to this bill, is going to go up the more other schools beat you to the punch. You may want to get out sooner rather than later. That potentially is just would that be accurate?
When you talk about getting beat to the punch, I mean this penalty as it's structured, the employer would still be paying money to NHRS. It wouldn't be. I don't think it would be technically considered employer contributions anymore because it's not going towards funding benefits for anyone. It's additional money over and above what's coming in from member and employee contributions already. So to that extent, the 2 years later when we set the new rates, whatever revenue was generated through these penalties, that would just come off the UAL, shave off a point or something. So it has the potential to lower the UAL rate for all the participating employers and members paying in, because you're getting money that you weren't anticipating sooner, but it's don't think of it, I mean, it's
more of
complicated.
It's more of a balancing act.
Yeah.
Part of it's going to drop, part of it's going to go up. What outpaces what?
Yeah. So the incentives, as I mentioned earlier, is it worth it to eliminate this position or turn it to part-time because we're going to end up paying just as much, that way? And that's a local decision, and there's really no right or wrong answer. It depends on the circumstance, the facts of the particular position.
Thank you for the
Okay.
clarification. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Representative True?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. So in the situation where a fire chief is decertified or he's old enough, so he just retires, and they don't refill that position, they bring him back or somebody back as part-time. Does that create a debt?
Was the position that the retiree is filling, was it ever a contributing position to the retirement system?
Yes.
Was there a prior full-timer?
So he was a
Yeah.
full-time fire chief.
Yeah.
At 25 years, he retires.
Yeah.
They don't hire another full-time.
Yeah.
They bring him or someone back part-time. Well, the guy retired, but he was eligible for retirement.
Yeah.
Is there a continuing debt even though he's retired?
Collectively, we don't calculate to the individual level, but collectively there's an unfunded liability. So the contributions coming in on that position when it was full-time aren't coming in anymore. So that's the difference. That's the part that gets spread out among everyone else.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. Anyone else? Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 461? All right, seeing none, it will be sent to the Pension Subcommittee. And we are done for the morning. We're resuming at 1 o'clock in executive session. Okay, I'm starting the executive session on House Bill 258 and House Bill 436. House Bill 436, right? Okay. House Bill 258, as I understand it, we're not ready to vote on?
We're not, and I'm still waiting for the notice, but
Okay.
we should have a subcommittee meeting on Friday on that one.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to recess that one to the planned executive session on March 8th.
Okay.
Which is not yet in the calendar, but it will be planned. And for committee reference, I'm not going to be scheduling anything for the next 2 weeks, except subcommittees are free to meet. There'll be no committee meetings. All right, so that's.
Great rejoicing.
Well, some of you might have a life that you'd like to do something with it at that time. Okay. All right, so House Bill 436 went to the Pension Committee. Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The the subcommittee has agreed, and so I am putting forward amendment 2023-0483H for consideration for the committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Simon and Schmidt, I presume you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea. So the amendment completely overhauls the original bill. It deals with members of Group 2 of the New Hampshire retirement system that had begun service but had not yet been vested by 2011 when the calculation of benefits changed in statute. The amendment does a few things. The first thing that it does, if you're looking on page 1 of the amendment, it's quite a long amendment, but first page, line 5 through 7, it does two things in this area. The first thing it does is it defines the word vested to mean a member who has qualified benefit upon 10 years of service. This has always been the assumed condition in New Hampshire. The New Hampshire retirement system does all of its actualizing based off of that idea, but it was never in statute, so we're simply putting it in statute, so it's on the books. The second part of it states that calculations for earnable compensation, so what avenues of revenue an employee can make goes towards their final compensation, and also the average final compensation itself on which their benefits are determined, cannot be reduced after 3 years of service. So once a member of Group 2 has put in 3 years of service, those two components would no longer be allowed to be adjusted. Yes.
Doesn't that apply to every person, not just Group 2?
That is correct. No, you are correct.
Applies to both Group 1 and Group 2.
Yes, it does apply to Group 1 and Group 2. Thank you for that clarification. So that's the two changes there. If you move on to page 8 of the amendments, lines 20 through 25, it also changes the provision that the final benefit would be calculated on 85% of the member's average final compensation, changes it to 100%. And it also increases the cap for the compensation, which was at 120,000 to 125,000, with an annual increase of 1.25% each year thereafter. That is basically been put in there to account for a small amount of inflation, so that the cap doesn't stagnate in its amount. Yes.
Are those the amendment?
Yes, those are the copies of the amendment. Just not everybody doesn't have them.
Okay. If anybody needs one,
Does anybody need a copy of the amendment? Might be slightly older, but it's close enough. There's no major structural changes to it. We good?
Okay, thank you.
All right, the next thing that the bill does is it adjusts the calculation table for members who had begun service but had not yet been vested by 2011. There is a chart on page 7, I believe, that outlines the change in the contribution calculations, or not the contribution calculations, but the actual final. I don't know, the word's gone.
Yes.
Their final, yes, it's how they calculate their final benefit. And the bill will take on a year-by-year basis each line of years of service at the time of this change, and it will repeal 1 year at a time, placing the members in that group from the new contribution system to the old contribution system, and essentially put them back in the contribution system that was in place when they were hired originally. The bill amends itself 9 times. Each year, a new line of this chart is repealed, and a new group is moved back into the previous benefits that they were offered when they were first hired, or at least were on the books when they were first hired. The last thing that it does is it terminally funds it through the general fund of the general court. This is on page 11, line 28. The amendment allocates $25 million per year for a 10-year period to terminally fund. Our estimates for this are already lower than that, and may come in significantly lower than the 250. If this is left as is, any money that isn't used to fund this would then be sent down to the municipalities to reduce their rates. That's how Marty explained it to me.
Well, what if there is if all of the money given to the retirement system is not needed to fund this benefit, it will be used to reduce the UAAL, which will affect the calculations that the employers pay.
Okay, is that correct? Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that from the last subcommittee meeting. Of course, this is also going to finance, so finance can amend it to more accurately reflect the actual estimate that comes out of the New Hampshire retirement system, and that would come back to the floor so that we don't have quite as large a gap between what we're estimating and what we will actually be spending. In a nutshell, that's the major changes to the bill.
I'd like to add that the rest of the bill is implementing those changes. So it's a lot, you can't just say, one line. It, for example, on page 1, what it does is it breaks apart earnable compensation for group 1, which is unchanged from current statute, and earnable compensation for group 2, which is slightly modified. Representative Schmidt, do you wish to speak to your motion or your second?
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I want to begin, and this is not an attempt to win the chair's vote, but to speak the truth as I see it, that Chairman McGuire has a truly formidable understanding of the situation as a result of years of involvement with the retirement system, both as the chair of the committee, but also as a member of the Decennial Commission, where she was involved with the subject as well. So her understanding of the situation is a big asset in terms of making sure that we do the best job that we can under the circumstances. And I also want to salute the subcommittee chair, who also conducted a very effective review of the situation with a lot of involvement of Representative Stephen Pearson, who understands the situation very well. And having sat in 301, 303 about 10 years ago, it seems like, with a room full of first responders who were very grim-faced at the prospect of what the retirement system was going to do to them under the pressure of circumstances. And I think a number of things were done that were not fair. And this amendment, I believe, restores a number of situations to a much fairer and better situation. So I am going to enthusiastically not only second the motion ought to pass, but also to vote aye on the measure when it comes to my turn.
Representative Blackus.
Thank you. So I noticed this, as I understand it, at least just deals with Group 2. I'm wondering if, I mean, I don't know all the details of what happened when the changes occurred. Does this whole issue not apply at all to Group 1?
It does not apply to Group 1 because the only 2 classes were created. Group 2 was sliced into different categories and set for the transition. And the difference between the older and the newer employees was larger. And
Okay.
plus, there's more steps in between. And that was one of the issues that this bill is intended to solve.
And just to follow up on that, for Group 1, you said there were 2 categories. Are we past the time where that's relevant, or?
No, it's for vested employees and it,
Okay.
they're not attained vested. It's,
Just wondering if we're going to be faced with coming back and dealing with that aspect. of
there
it.
hasn't been as much of a concern on the part of Group 1
Okay, thank you.
so far. Yes, Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just add that it concerned Group 2 more because they only had to serve a more limited number of years in order to be retired, whereas Group 1 obviously had to, in order to qualify for a good benefit, normally would work probably 30 years or more. So it wasn't as concerning when it got changed for some of those folks.
Representative True.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I voted for this in subcommittee because the amendment, in my view, is certainly a lot better than the original bill. The original bill involved downshifting to the towns, and as it's been said, this is terminally funded. The state is going to pick up this cost. My problem is with the cost. 200 to 250, we don't really know where what the cost will be, but it is substantial. And I will quote from what I speak to as the truth, Article 10, New Hampshire Constitution. Government being instituted for the common benefit, protection, and security of the whole community, and not for the private interest or emoluments of any one man, family, or class of men. I realize there was a strong desire to correct what the pension reforms of 2011. This amendment addresses 1,731 people. Math is not my strong point, but looking at the community of New Hampshire, the people of New Hampshire, that 1,731 represents 0.001%. 1,000th of 1% of the people in New Hampshire is where this 200 to $250 million is going. And because of Article 10, I can't support the bill as amended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, I did some calculations, and it's something over $100,000 per person involved. We don't know exactly how much, but it's going in that range. And the only reason that I'm supporting it is that we are currently paying substantial sums to retain our police and fire, and also to recruit new ones. If this is a way, which of course comes out of your taxes, primarily your local taxes, because nearly all police and fire are local employees, not state employees. So if we're thinking of this as change the retirement system to help solve our recruitment and retention issues, and we hope that it will do so, and thereby save the towns a great deal of money in the future, so they won't have to pay hiring bonuses, they won't have to deal with rapid turnover, where they won't have to pay people bonuses to stick around for another year or two. It's a question everybody has to ask themselves: is it worth it? You know, the data's there. We do know we have a recruitment and retention problem, and the question is this enough to solve it, or at least make a big stab at solving it? So I hope you will all consider that. Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this might be, I mean, it is a bit of a controversy, but also according to the Constitution, we're not allowed to make retroactive law. And I do think that comes into play here. The terms that were changed were not contractual changes. They were changes that were made to statute. So unlike other pensions, the NHRS, their benefits or their terms are actually written into law. They're New Hampshire law. And so there is an argument to be made that when we went back and had to make changes in 2011, when we made the changes to the benefit program, we were making them in statute and therefore making retroactive statute that was injurious to people. It changed the rate of their compensation in a sense through their retirement benefits. So yes, this isn't, from that perspective, a new benefit. It's simply a check that was written a while ago that really hasn't been cashed, and now it's kind of time to pay. It can also be looked at from that perspective. So I would just offer that.
All right, Representative Aber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to reiterate what Representative Simon just stated about retroactive changes. And the fact of the matter is these benefits were given as a term of employment and then taken away. And I think this is our opportunity to right the wrong. Also, to Representative McGuire's comments regarding retention, I have heard directly from a corrections officer who oversees the correction officers out of Wolfboro that they will in fact stay if we can get this in place. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? All right, in that case, the motion is to adopt Amendment 0483H to House Bill 436, and the clerk can call the roll when ready.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may request, since our erstwhile Democratic leader is not present, if the clerk could call Representative Schmidt first, we would appreciate that.
Okay. No, her name, yeah. Since Representative Grota is not here today. She's normally the first one. Okay.
Fine with me.
Okay.
Representative Schmidt.
No.
Let's get to them.
When you get to
I don't know the difference.
Don't call Telersky, call Schuett.
Hey, you trying to kick
And
me
then go
out, man?
back, then
What
go
did I
back.
do?
Just to confuse you, it's purely a test of mental agility.
Do I still get to call, to respond when my name is called?
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schuett.
No, the Republicans go first.
Okay.
Go here and then start jumping around.
Okay.
Now, Representative Davis is in his first day as a substitute clerk, and we should be nice to him for taking on
It's not a,
for taking on that thankless job.
it's,
I'm waiting for the bonus Representative True offered me.
Okay.
Representative Simon.
yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santanazasto.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yes.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Representative Abear.
Yes.
Representative Gerhard.
Yes.
Representative Schuett. Or you want Schmidt first?
Start with Schmidt.
Okay. Representative Schmidt.
Aye.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Telersky.
Yes.
Representative Massimilla.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Wilhelm.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
That's Representative Schultz is filling
Oh,
in
sorry.
for Representative Smith.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
$19 yeas, 0 nays.
All right. The amendment is adopted. Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move OTPA on HB 436.
Second.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, I think I've said everything during the amendment speech.
Representative Schmidt?
I want to applaud the committee for its unanimous vote. This is important that we show the House that we are behind this fix in the last hour. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wish to comment, questions on the bill as amended? Okay, thank you very much. In that case, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 436, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Santanazasto.
No.
Representative True.
No.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Representative Abear.
Yes.
Representative Gerhard.
Yes.
Schmidt?
Representative Schmidt.
Aye.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Telersky.
Yes.
Representative Massimilla.
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
And Representative Schmidt.
Schultz.
Sorry.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Sorry. $16 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, the motion passes 16-3. It will be on the regular calendar due to the cost impact. And does anyone wish to write a minority report? Okay, Representative Santanastasso will write a minority report, which is due today. that's that, Bill. That's the last for our executive session. And we have a public hearing at 2:00. So thank you all for being here.
Were you on this committee last time?
Yeah.
Who made the first motion?
What's that?
Um,
The first motion was to adopt the amendment
Right, and I got,
by Schmidt.
who made the,
Simon.
Simon, okay. I should have known that.
Right. Didn't know that,
Okay.
okay, and then the final one is ought to pass as amended.
Sorry to confuse the whole issue, but it's tough when you fill in for somebody who's got an.
Well, I didn't realize I had to do
No,
by
the-
party
the-
first.
Well, the general rule is that the leader of each party votes first. And then that, so that anyone who's wavering or hasn't made up their mind.
Understand.
Yeah, you get a lead kind of as to.
We tend to have more independent people, but if it gets confusing, you can say, oh yeah, well, Representative Groder voted for it, so I should vote for it.
So before I tell this young lady the wrong thing, what the deal with OCLC with regard to
We postponed that to an executive session on March 8th, which will be noticed sometime soon.
Okay. Do you want the board was meeting today, so they did do some written?
I want you to give that important information to the head of the subcommittee, namely Representative Alexis.
Okay. We'll talk to you.
So
Right
I
there.
told her that, I kind of told her there had been delays.
We reset They're still considering it. They wanted the information from the veterinary.
I'm gonna go make sure the paperwork's all right, straight for her. She wanted it right off.
Yeah. Simon was working away on his committee report.
Nice to meet you.
We're having assuming the notice of it's out.
I'm gonna go request and see if they can put some WD-40 on my chair. I don't know if you notice, whenever I move it sideways, it makes a horrible.
Going to practice on you have to be certified by some national certification. At the veterinary board. So if they're okay with it. Grading and the $100 having to be black market or white market in trade. Absolutely. Yeah, maybe we'll just do that, but also want to say. I've got a one as opposed to there's exceptions on the veterinary.
Oh, there it is. There it is. It may not work. Some of these chairs are, I tell you, I know how it's supposed to. I can't guarantee that. Yeah, they're not, raising and lowering mechanism.
Yeah. Well, I think.
Give it a test run.
It's like when you take a car in the garage and say if it's time to listen, it's something.
Five, nine. Where did I put it? In here.
I respect to you sticking to your guns. I'll call first till my damn well feel like calling.
That's what I'm talking
Stick to your
about.
guns. Stick to your guns.
Thanks for putting up with me, guys. I appreciate it.
No. I would have been dead no.
It's hard for me to say no.
Welcome back. There's at least two items being handed out. One is the amendment to House Bill 559, and the other is the testimony by Representative McGuire. There may be more coming. All right, I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 559, and I call Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I represent the town of Epsom. And the bill I'm going to talk to you about today is House Bill 559. We got it fairly late in the drafting process, and so I asked for an amendment, which I got back just last night, and we already found an error or two. So I handed it out. It's not that different in structure or content from the original bill, but I'm going to leave it to Representative Lakis to talk about that and the details. I'm going to talk about the big concepts and the important aspects of this bill. And Madam Chair, with your permission, I mean, I'm going to unfortunately have to speak for longer than 3 minutes. And so I'm going to, if it's all right, solicit some questions as I go at appropriate breakpoints, as opposed to, talking for 20 minutes and then and then stopping.
Right, so committee, if you have an urgent question or when he pauses, we will take questions then.
All right. So this bill is a very small step to introduce a defined contribution pension plan, defined contribution retirement plan to public employees in the state of New Hampshire. It carves out a very tiny set of those employees. New state Group 1 employees. So not anyone who is currently an employee, people who would start after on July 1st, 2024 or later, people who work for the state, and people who would be part of Group 1 otherwise. Just for simplicity, we call this Group 3, so it's easier to talk about. The current defined benefit plan, the current retirement system, is antiquated in my view. It was designed for a long time ago for a situation that doesn't maintain today. And that's why if you look at the private sector, you'll see that almost all such plans have disappeared, right? In the private sector, people, both employers and employees, have strong incentives to do what each other likes, right? I mean, it's hard to find employees, so they have to be satisfied. And what we see in the private sector is defined contribution plans. So let's talk about the weaknesses of a defined benefit plan. So first of all, it's a fixed income plan. The amount of income that you get is, when you retire, it comes to you according to a formula. And I put the formula there. It's the number of years of service times the average of your top 5 earning years divided by 66, assuming you're 65 and older, and there's some changes for different areas, but that's basically it. The main problem with a fixed income is what you've all seen with requests for COLAs. Fixed income doesn't work when there's inflation. A defined contribution plan, on the other hand, is not a fixed income, right? You have at least some chance that it will increase your income with inflation because you own things. You own stocks and businesses and real estate and stuff like that for your retirement. And so it's not a formula, it's an actual investment. Okay. Secondly, a defined benefit plan is not portable. And in this group of employees that we're talking about, there's a large number of employees that don't last till vesting. So the current defined benefit plan has 10-year vesting. So I ask you to turn to, let's turn to page 2. So you see the chart, that's inflation, right? So
these are 20-year periods starting ending in 1948 through the present. So you can see in certain periods we've had up to 250% inflation, and in the minimum it's something like 50 to 75% inflation, right? So I think we're on the upslope, and we can talk about why, maybe via question, but I think we're heading back to one of those high inflation periods. Okay. Now, look at toward the bottom where it says number of jobs held in a lifetime. So this is statistics from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They say that the average person that they studied in this group, people who were born between 1957 and 1964, is that they had 12.4 jobs in their lifetime. All right? So on average, they're staying in a job 3.5 years. They have lots of different jobs. So the fraction that will be there for 10-year vesting in this group is very small. And in fact, if you look at the paragraph at the bottom, these are the numbers assumed by the New Hampshire retirement system for how many people are going to quit every year or get terminated. Maybe they get fired, who knows? But they leave the system every year. So people with up to 1 year of service, 27%. So people in their first year of hire, 27% gone. Of the remaining people, second year, 21%. Third year, 15%. Fourth year, 12%, then 10%. So altogether, that's 61% of the people who start. So after 5 years, you only have 39% of the people you started with left. And they still have 5 years to vest, right? So the fraction of people that you're helping with the system is low, right? Why we have trouble hiring and we have trouble keeping people is the system doesn't work for them. It doesn't work for people that are normal, that move around on jobs, right? So if you go afterwards, after the 10%, they assume roughly 7% per year. So what that works out to, what that pencils out to, is only 27% of the original people that were hired make it to vesting, right? 73% don't, all right? So the system, to the extent that it works and helps people who are vested, is helping a very small fraction of the total employees. So this is an issue. It doesn't comport with the actual experience of employees. Now, I personally think, okay, just a moment, Peter. I personally think that these numbers are high. These are assumed numbers by the New Hampshire retirement system. They also gave me actual numbers for a sort of subset and that are a little bit lower. And so, but they weren't complete enough to really give you how much this year, how much that year. I'm happy to take a question.
Thank you both, Representative McGuires. So the people who leave in your earlier presentation, does that factor in people who go away and come back? Because we know a number of our employees, they're here for a couple of years, whatever, especially with women who go away for childbearing purposes. They come back later. Do your figures factor that in?
Thank you for the question. I don't exactly know. So this is assumed numbers that the retirement system gave me. So Mr. Carlin probably could answer that better. But in a sense, I think of the picture of employees like a funnel, right? You start with a certain number of hires, and some leave after the first year, and some leave after the second year, and some leave after the third year, like that. Maybe some come in, and now they would be in their second year again, right? So something that sort. But the number in service in each year is declining, right?
Thank you.
So.
Okay, Representative Maybear and Representative Shewitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, thank you for being here today. And I'd like to commend you and your co-sponsors on this kind of bill. The control for the generation coming in wants that full control. I know that you don't have all of the specifics yet, but I'm curious if they will have the control that I'm familiar with in the private sector of going and choosing their investments, not having a executive council appointed board that's chosen the investments. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. The answer is absolutely yes, because in particular, the state already has for 35 years what's called a deferred compensation plan. It's called a 457 plan. And so employees can now volunteer. It's very similar to an IRA. You can volunteer to put pre-tax money into this plan, and you're given a menu of choices on how you invest that money, and it's all up to you. And it's run by somebody like Schwab or Fidelity or one of those kind of things. Yes. So this bill, in fact, puts the employee. So there are employee contributions and employer contributions. This puts the employee contributions into the 457 plan. We've had it for years and years. We've had it for decades. This creates a new plan, and it's only technically because of IRS rules, creates a new pot for the employer contribution, but it makes the two invested exactly the same way according to the employee's desire.
Okay, Representative Shearer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Representative McGuire. Good to see you again.
Yeah.
The Bureau of Labor Statistics about the number of people leaving work, so on and so forth, were those just public employees, or was that all employees?
No, I think it's all.
Thank you.
Yes. And again, so that's why we have those other numbers from what the retirement system uses. Those are only public employees. And I could also give you the numbers they gave from the experience survey, which are a little bit smaller. Okay, but they're not complete enough to know X percent per year like that. So
Thank you for that clarification.
Representative Dolan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Question, I like the idea of you encouraging people to invest in their own retirement savings, whatever the money's going to be used for. But I'm concerned, and I want to know how you address this, is how you prevent irresponsible behavior. For example, someone withdraws all their money out of their account so they can buy a fancy new car, and then when the car is gone and their retirement money that they were saving in this plan is gone, they end up in front of us again, looking for us to help bail them out somehow. So
I understand.
how do you deal with that?
all right, thank you for the question. So first of all, the plan puts into the system, it requires someone to put into the system the same amount of money that's being put into Group 1 retirements now, right? So, so the amount going in is the same. Now, I believe that people cannot withdraw early. They cannot withdraw before termination. There are certain requirements in here about when you can withdraw, and it's termination or age such and such, you know, that kind of thing. So I don't think they can do what you just described. Mr. Downing is in the audience, and so I think he can answer that question in a little more detail with regard to the existing 457 plan.
Thank you.
All right, shall I go on?
Oh, that's okay. Fine, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Please do.
All right. So the other thing to think about, so my father, for example, born in 1923, had a long career with IBM. And he loved the defined benefit plan that IBM had. He was into it, right? So he would know how much he was going to get, et cetera, et cetera. And again, it's a fixed income plan, so it's bad for inflation. But also another aspect of it is it's a kind of an insurance plan, because if you die early, the earnings, the savings that you earned and put into the plan go to others, right? They're not inheritable by your heirs, right? So it's a kind of insurance, right? It's insurance for the person who happens to live to 95 at the expense of those who live to 65 or that sort of thing. You see what I mean? And so I remember him telling me at one point that they had statistics that the average person, after they retired from IBM, they only lived 5 years, right? So they lived a very short, life expectancy in those days was much less, right? So people lived only just a few years after retirement. So it made sense to have insurance, right? In case you happen to live 20 years instead of 5, right? So those kind of plans made sense. But today we don't think about it that way, right? We think we're going to retire at 65 and we're going to live to 85, right? So we need 20 years of income. And so, this is the insurance aspects of a defined benefit plan aren't really right for today's employees. Okay, all right. Now, same thing, one size fits all. So a defined benefit plan, everybody is treated the same by the certain formula, but that might not be right for everybody. Some people might choose to have other investments and other things going on with their life, with their spouse, and so on. This plan lets people invest the way they would be right for them. All right, now let's get to this big part, the guesswork. The problem with the defined benefit plan is, and this is the problem, so any further questions, maybe I should stop for a question here, any further questions about the drawbacks or the benefits of defined benefit with regard to the employee? No? Okay, good.
Okay.
All right, so let's talk about the drawbacks with regard to the employer, okay? So this plan, defined benefit plan, and you know this well from your experience on this committee, requires the employer to guess what's going on in the future, right? We're expecting benefits and so on to be a certain amount, and then we calculate, therefore the employer has to put in so much today to reach that point. But that's just a guess, right? It's an educated guess. You pay very expensive people a lot of money to make that guess. But how good is it really, right? And let's look at page 3, please. So page 3 is the piece of paper that describes the unfunded liability. This is what the legislature received in 2007. Okay? So in 2007, when the unfunded liability was, look at the first line, $2,397,000,000. Okay? That was the unfunded liability at the time. The payroll at the time was also 2.9 billion. Okay? And here's what they projected for 2022. So look at line 13. So they expected that by 2022, our payroll would be up to 4.25 billion, and our unfunded liability would be 3.125 billion. Okay? So that's what they told people in 2007. You follow our plan, this is what's going to happen. All right? Now let's turn to page 4. So it's on the back, right? Page 4 is, this is the same piece of paper handed out today, right? So look at the top line. Our current unfunded liability, 5.7 billion, right? In 2007, they predicted that today it would be 3.125. So it's a lot higher, okay? Our current payroll is only 3 billion. They thought that our payroll would be 4.25 billion. You see what I mean? So this is why we're in trouble. It's very hard to predict the future. And even with the best people and the best intentions and all that sort of stuff, right? We're in much worse shape now than the legislatures who sat in this room 15 years ago thought we were going to be at this point. Okay? And so I would say that that's inherent in a defined benefit plan. I was here when Mr. Carlin gave you your introduction to the retirement system, and he said something very profound that day. He was asked, why are we in trouble? right? How did we get here? And what he said was, when you put several different choices in front of the legislature, they're going to pick the cheapest one. All right? That's human nature, right? So the legislature was given choices. You could pay it off over 30 years. You could pay it off 20 years, right? You could do different things to pay it off, right? And they picked the cheapest one for the moment. And that's what we're constantly doing. And we do it today, right? If you look at this second piece of page 4, well, it's actually, sorry, it's not shown on page 4. All right. Look at page 3. So notice how the total contribution is 10.7% all the way down the line, the second column, right? So that's the employer contribution to pay off this unfunded liability. We still pay that roughly today. We pay a 10.7% contribution to pay off the unfunded liability. That's the cheap way of doing it, right? If you had a 30-year mortgage to pay something off, you would pay the same dollar amount every year, not the same percentage amount every year. Do you see what I mean? So you would pay a lot. You would pay more in the beginning and less in the end, inflation adjusted. But the plan we're actually using to pay off the unfunded liability is backloaded. We are cheap now, and we're planning to pay a lot more later. All right? That's not very sound financially, right? I mean, it's just, but it's human nature. You know, we're incentivized to do the right thing for our constituents today because they have trouble today. And, people 10 years from now, that's them, So the point is, a defined contribution plan can't be in trouble in this way, right? It doesn't rely on guesses. It doesn't rely on figuring out what the future is going to be. We pay today for today's expenses, and that's that. Okay, so that's it. So,
Any questions?
Yeah.
Representative Goley?
go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative McGuire, for taking my question. As I go back to these two charts on page 3 and page 4, can you tell me back in 2007 what the assumed rate of return was?
It was higher, no question about it. Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but we're currently assuming 6.75%. And in then those days it was, I don't know, 8 or 9 or something. But that itself is a guess, right?
Follow up.
Follow up.
So is it fair to say the comparison of the unfunded accrued liability using 2007 versus what it is today is not similar because changing the unfunded accrued changing the assumed rate of return changes that number?
No, I don't think so because, again, those things are guesses, right? Humans made those guesses. And so they guessed wrong in some sense in 2007.
They were very wrong about the rate of return, particularly for the next year.
Yeah. And so that's my point is they have to
My
guess.
question is,
I'm sorry.
the unfunded accrued liability back in 2007 using, if we used 8% today for the unfunded accrued liability figure, it wouldn't be what it is in this chart. So you cannot compare the two because the numbers were not the same at the, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. But anyway, I think you get my point. Other questions?
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's say that we adopted this concept, this idea, we changed it over. How long would it take for us to trail this off or at least steady it with the current retirement plan and then implementing the new one?
Thank you for the question. So first of all, this bill has nothing to do with how we pay off the current unfunded liability. So the current unfunded liability would still be paid in the same way. You'd need a new bill if you wanted to change that, but it'd still be paid off in the same way the same percentage of employees' salaries, including these employees in group 3, all that. That would go the same. What would happen is, for the group 3 employees, we would never be in trouble. There would never be any unfunded liability for them compared to group 1 and group 2 employees. So to the extent that there's fewer group 1 employees and more group 3 employees, we have less problems in the future, right? So that's that. Yeah.
Okay. Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think my point is with these graphs of how it's going up tremendously and it was guesswork. My point is that if we were to implement this plan at some point, this starts to steady as the group 3s coming in, all new employees coming into the state, right? As the retirement for group A and B start to tick off. I just wanted to clarify my question, but I don't think we can answer it at this point in time. We probably can't answer it, but
Okay. Let me try to be a little more detailed. Presumably, so we think that we currently pay over 20% of someone's salary toward the retirement system. That's what's going into the retirement system for group 1. All right. Of that money, 10.7% is to pay off the 5.7 billion unfunded liability, and 9.3% or whatever the rest is going for that employee's own benefits. Okay, so
Excuse
that
me.
yeah,
That's actually not correct. The amount that's going toward the currently earned benefits is about 2.5%, isn't it? It's smaller than 10%.
The employer portion of the normal cost, I think, is about 2.48, but other Representative McGuire is correct. 10.79 is the unfunded.
yeah. So what I'm talking about is the total amount of funds going in. Right now, from the employee, 7% is going in. That is completely assigned to that employee's own benefits. Okay? And from the employer, 2.5% is going in for that employee's own benefits. So roughly 9.5%. Okay? The other 10.79 going in is to pay off the unfunded liability. And so this bill doesn't change that. It just redirects that 9.5 to group 3 for their own benefits. Their own benefits will be calculated in a different way. It's their own savings. But the 10.79 going to pay off the past, that's the same and unchanged. Okay.
Okay.
Shall I continue?
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you. So I'm a little bit confused, but that's pretty normal. So the thing is that if you are taking a crop of new employees who would ordinarily be putting their share and the state share into the current system, if you take them away, they're going to be in a separate situation. Then you don't have a fresh group of employees contributing to the current situation, as I understand it. And
Not quite, no.
yeah, so is there something wrong there? Because
Yes.
to the degree that you don't have, like with Social Security, current payers are funding
I understand.
retirees.
Yes. Thank you for the question. So when we calculate who's paying, how much we owe for the unfunded liability, we include everybody, group 1, group 2, group 3. Okay? All that, we calculate how much we have to pay to the unfunded liability, and there's a surcharge, currently 10.79% on group 1s, that goes into unfunded liability. Okay? So that's the past. That's paying off the past. So it's everybody paying off the past in some sense.
Including the new people.
Including the new people, yes.
Okay.
But the new people, their savings for themselves is different, right?
Okay.
Compared to, you gotcha? Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Other questions at this point? Okay, thank you
All right,
very
good.
much.
Thank you. All right. Now the other drawback for employers. So why, in a sense, the trouble we're in now is because people worked for us and earned benefits 20 years ago, 15 years ago, whatever, and we didn't pay enough for their compensation, right? They earned a salary, they earned benefits, and we didn't at that time pay enough, which means those past taxpayers paid too little for the work that they got in exchange, right? So today's taxpayers have to pay for today's employees and the amount that past taxpayers didn't pay. And so the problem is, the longer we draw that out, the worse the situation is, because today's taxpayers are more and more removed from the work that was done in the past. Do you see what I mean? So we need to pay things off as quickly as possible. And just as an aside, I don't see Representative O'Brien here, but
He's off today.
yeah, okay. Well, his bill to pay the 7.5%, et cetera, in committee, I switched that to take that same money and pay off the unfunded liability, right? Because we want to pay off that unfunded liability as quickly as possible and connect today's taxpayers with today's employees, right? So that what, you're paying today for the work you receive today. That's a good principle, I think. Okay. All right. That's it for defined benefit. Now let's talk about defined contribution plans. Okay. We already said a few of these things, so I'll go quickly. It's better positioned to keep up with inflation, right? Because it's not a formula, it's not fixed income, it's income based on investments. So you have at least some chance of keeping up with inflation. If you owned real estate, if you own stocks, if you own things like that, those things tend to rise with inflation. So you can maybe keep up. Okay, it's portable. It has immediate vesting. You earn something today, it's yours. You take it with you if you leave in 2 years or 1 year or 3 years. It's yours. You put it in your IRA or you keep it in the plan, however you want to do it. Okay, it's inheritable. If somebody dies in a car crash, that money that's their own savings goes to their heirs, right? It doesn't go to other employees. It's not insurance. Employees can customize their investments to their own liking. And this is also important. It's reality, okay? Because in the current system, you earn your most benefits happen based on what you do late in your career, right? If late in your career you get a big increase or you work a lot of overtime or something like that, that makes a big jump in your retirement pay. Or you work a few more years, that makes a big jump in your retirement pay. But the amount in the system that you contributed, you and your employer contributed, comes early, right? The early dollars are the most important dollars because those grow for 40 years, right? The late dollars are not as important, right? They're just there right away. And so so because of that disconnect, people have the wrong incentives for how they save, right? Whereas with a defined contribution plan, people know, they feel that their early dollars are the most important. So they have a good incentive to do the right thing, which is save early in your career, because you're going to get 40 years of growth, right? So that's what I wanted to say. All right. So it can't go into debt. So the defined contribution plan, you pay today the expenses, just like paying for medical expenses and other expenses, you pay pension. It goes into their plan. It's done today. And yeah, so it's fully funded by today's taxpayers. Okay, that's it for that section on defined contribution. Anybody have questions about what a defined contribution plan is? All right, good. And then the bill itself. So again, we're just starting with a very small group. Now, personally, I think that Group 2 employees would benefit the most from this kind of a plan. Why? Because they're going to be retired they're going to collect for the longest period of time. So if you're going to collect for 30 years, inflation hurts you more than if you collect for 10 years or 20 years. You see what I mean? So logically, Group 2 employees are the ones that should
Excuse me,
most want
that's
this.
irrelevant to
Yeah.
this
All right. Sorry about that. All right. But in any case, this is a very small group. It's Group 1 employees who work for the state and are new, brand new. They've never been in Group 1. Okay. It has the exact same cost to the employee and the employer as Group 1. The contributions go into our plan, the 457 plan that we've had for a long, long time. It works well. And we're still paying the unfunded liability. And and the expenses of the there's going to be some startup expenses, and the bill will put that into the general fund. So the general fund will pay the initial startup expenses. I hope that got into the amendment, but I wasn't able to check. Okay. Any questions about that? Representative Likas is going to talk about the bill in more detail. Okay. All right. Personal note. So what I'm suggesting for the state is what I myself have. Okay. And what the state has now is what my wife has. Okay. So I know personally very much what's going on here. And I can say personally, so my first job, I started work in 1986. My first job was for the University of California. So it was a state employee in some sense. And I have a 403B, which is the same thing as this. And it's a fantastic plan. I have a lot of money in that plan. You know, I worked for a short period of time, but because it was 30 something years ago, it's grown tremendously, right? So I have from that, a comfortable retirement. Your chair, on the other hand, worked for two different companies that had defined benefit plans. And she worked for, 10 years for one and 13 years for the other, something like that. And her, because they're two different companies, two different plans, so she doesn't get the advantage of the high income times 20 years. She has the high income times 10 years and a low income times 10 years, right? But overall, even that, I worked for fewer years than she did, and my benefits are much higher than hers, okay? So it's a good plan. I know it personally because I see it in my own family, okay? All right. I guess that's enough for me.
Any further questions, Representative Fitzpatrick?
I too am intimately familiar with both types of plans, and I too am a recipient of a defined contribution plan, and I understand their benefits. And I'm familiar with cities in the country that have switched. As this committee may not know, there are many cities throughout the U.S. that have their own retirement systems separate from a state one. And I'm thinking of the city of Troy, Michigan, for instance. And when Troy, Michigan switched, they also offered their employees who were in their defined benefit plan to take their actuarial benefit and transfer it then it was ICMA-RC, which is the International City County Management Association's retirement corporation, and they run a 401A program. Is there any consideration for that program for this bill?
Thank you for the question. Sort of. The bill forces new state Group 1 employees into this plan, right? It allows other Group 1 employees to effectively quit and take what they would get out of Group 1 and put it in this plan and continue in this plan if they prefer that. So yes, there's a little bit of an option that way. And I would think that employees that are fairly young, right, that are in their first, second, third year might want to do that. Those that are further along might not. It's really up to them. So.
Okay, follow up.
Just one more. Has there also been any thought of making it optional? In other words, you're still offering the traditional defined benefit plan, but a new employee can choose immediately into the defined contribution track.
Yes, thank you for the question. We did not consider that. We're a little concerned about expenses in the sense that if the number of people in a plan isn't enough to pay the employee you need to run it, et cetera, there's some issues there. So, one other thing I'd like to point out, the University of New Hampshire has this kind of a plan and has had for roughly 25 years. The financial officer of the university is Catherine Preventure. And if you want to, she was very receptive to my calls. And so if you want to talk to her about their experiences and so on, which are all positive, that would be another source of information.
Thank you, Representative Simon. You had a question? No? Okay. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Representatives Weiler and Santanastaso, if you don't mind, Mr. Savage has a plane, so he's got to leave early, so I would like to call on him. Okay. Thank you very much. Thomas Savage.
I also I have handouts. I'd be happy to pass those around as well. Thank you very much. Should be enough for everybody.
Yes, and since you're giving us your written testimony, you don't need to read it. Just give us the highlights.
Certainly. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify and to speak with you all today. This topic is of such interest to ALEC because unfunded pension liabilities and the rapid growth of unfunded pension liabilities is of great concern across the country. So we're here today to offer and educate on some of our pension research, which is published annually in a report titled Unaccountable and Unaffordable, and that is publicly available on our website. I'm here today.
Excuse me, could you introduce yourself to those who didn't
my
get your card?
apologies. My apologies. My name is Thomas Savage. I'm the research director with the Center for State Fiscal Reform at the American Legislative Exchange Council, or ALEC. For those of you who don't know, ALEC is the nation's largest nonpartisan voluntary membership organization of state legislators. ALEC and its members are dedicated to advancing the principles of limited government, free markets, and federalism. We're a forum for stakeholders to exchange ideas and to develop real state-based policy solutions to encourage growth, preserve economic security, and protect hardworking taxpayers. Because of ALEC's focus on state policy ideas, ALEC has a wealth of experience analyzing state public pension plan programs and determining types of policies that ensure their solvency. So the crux of my written testimony today is to offer examples of pension reform across the country, particularly the case studies of Alaska, Michigan, and Oklahoma. In 2005, Alaska passed legislation enrolling new state employees and teachers into a defined contribution plan. A study from the Reason Foundation found that by making these reforms, Alaska saved over $40 million from 2006 to 2016. The problems in Alaska, however, stem from the state not properly funding the closed defined benefit plans. In the years following pension reform, the state failed to make the full necessary contributions to the closed defined benefit plan and did not change its payment schedule to speed up paying off those liabilities. The lesson from Alaska is that you must keep making the full required contributions to the closed defined benefit plan after reforms are made. In 1996, Michigan was actually the first state in the nation to close its defined benefit state employees retirement system and enroll new hires in a defined contribution plan. Similarly, the public school employees retirement system, or MIPSERS, enrolled new hires in a defined contribution plan in 2017. The MIPSERS plan auto enrolls new hires into a defined contribution plan, but new teachers have the choice of opting into a hybrid, which is a mix of a defined contribution and defined benefit plans. The reforms in Michigan, like in Alaska, drastically improved plan solvency and saved taxpayers money. A study conducted by Richard Dreyfuss and the Mackinac Center found that Michigan's reforms saved taxpayers anywhere from $2.3 billion to $4.3 billion in unfunded liabilities and improved political incentives of pension funding. A separate study from the Reason Foundation found that the 1996 reforms saved Michigan over $2 billion from 1996 to 2016. In 2015, Oklahoma closed the defined benefit public employees retirement system.
Excuse me, we're having trouble hearing you.
Oh, pardon me.
You have to be close to the
Pardon me.
microphone. Quite all right.
In 2015, Oklahoma closed the defined benefit public employees retirement system and enrolled new hires into its defined contribution plan known as the Pathfinder Plan. Since the recent reforms, PERS funding ratio has steadily increased year over year. By making the necessary reforms to take a proactive stance towards paying down existing unfunded liabilities, PERS improved its funding and reduced pension debt at an impressive rate. These states show that pension reform is possible by transitioning new hires into defined contribution plans. These states helped improved retirement system solvency and slowed the growth of pension debt. Once again, ALEC is grateful for the opportunity to testify before this committee, and thank you all for your time and attention to the critical importance of unfunded liabilities, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Dolan.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is maybe a question for you or our previous speaker. When these defined contribution plans are utilized by the employees, I assume the money goes into an account somewhere, either a private account or a private business account. Is that account guaranteed by the state?
So it depends on the state, depends on the plan, but normally that money is put into an account like a 401k, a 403b, or a 457 deferred contribution plan, or a 401a. But yeah, that money is locked in there. It is the employee's money, and in some cases, the state will offer to match the employee's contribution up to a certain percentage, but yeah, once the money is in that account, it belongs entirely to the employee, and no one else can touch it.
Follow up?
Yes, and the state does not necessarily guarantee the performance. So if the employee makes poor choices, that happens.
I think more of the balance of what's in the account. So if the organization that's caretaking, the caretaker of the account goes belly up or whatever, how's the employee guarantee that money is still there?
That I believe Mr. Downing will be able to answer. Because it depends on the plan, and he has information about New Hampshire's plan.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Savage.
Thank you for your time.
Representative, let's see, Weiler, would you care to?
Thanks, Tom. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Representative Ken Weiler, Rockingham 13. I've heard a lot of the details on this bill, which I support. So I more or less offer a personal experience that I think is certainly relevant. I worked for American Airlines as a pilot from 1970 to 2001. And I had, because of my union, we had both an A fund and a B fund. One was defined benefit, the other one was defined contribution. They put 7.5% of my pay into a defined benefit. They put 4% into a defined contribution. Now, unlike the other airlines that I have friends with, I was able to take both of those in a lump sum. Most of my other airline colleagues, all they could take in a lump sum was the defined contribution. The defined benefit remained in with the airline. When I took the money out in 2001, now granted, 1990, as we saw looking at reviewing the retirement system, as I always did, was very good for the stock market. It was averaging close to 9% a year. Then it dropped off in the 2000s to about half of that. But, so I retire with two lump sums. Which one do you think was bigger? The defined contribution was 60%, even though only 4% went in, and 7.5% went into the other. 7.5% gave me 40% of my lump sum, and the 4% gave me 60%. I thought that was amazing, and I was so delighted that I did have both and had a defined contribution. And it always tells me, because that was a very good decade prior to my retirement, and it isn't always so. And I've always been critical of our retirement system because it has so much variation. One year it gets 26%, the next year it gets -6. None of my managers have had that kind of thing. But I think it's very significant when we look at things like that. And there's a personal experience, and I know some of you other have as well. And, you know, I guess I don't need to repeat all the benefits, since there's other people waiting to talk, of the defined contribution. In my mind, it's portable. It increases with inflation. Even though you take the risk, we as people trying to do the government budget appreciate the fact that it's not going to go into a deep deficit, because the risk is with the employer, but so is the upside. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I think defined contributions are a great system, and that's why I think so many other states, as Mr. Savage has said, have transferred to them. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'd like to congratulate you on your astuteness as an investor, because that's what made the difference. Any
Yes,
other-
and now I have more than I started with, even though I've been taking big amounts out every year. Yep.
Glad to hear it. Anyone have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, Representative Lakis.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Representative Tony Lekis, representing Hillsborough 38, the towns of Hudson and Litchfield. And so my intent here is to go over the bill in the various sections to kind of explain how this works. And the first part is defining who is in this, the new defined contribution plan. And wanted to start out small and see what the experience is. So it's just employees, and that's employee is sort of the term of art in the retirement system of the state, not political subdivision. So the change here is it takes any person who becomes a political subdivision employee, or a teacher, permanent policeman, and permanent fireman, the group 2 people, will remain in the defined benefit plan. And people who are, we get on to further down, other state employees, so that's other than teachers and group 2, who begin after July of 2024, shall join what this is calling group 3, which is the defined contribution plan. All right, so the next section is the part that requires that the employers continue to pay, based on the gross salary, the past debt in the unfunded liability, similar to an earlier bill where if the employee, if they get rid of the position, they have to continue to do it as well. If the people are no longer, in the, or the future people are not in the defined benefit plan, they still have to pay towards the past debt. And then the rest of it is just setting up the plan. if you look here, there's a commission on page 2, line 7. A commission means a deferred compensation commission under RSA 101B. That is the previously mentioned plan that's voluntary. Any employee can put money into it if they want. And it is a defined contribution plan that's been going for around 35 years. So that is well established. And further down, it actually establishes that defined contribution plan, and it requires that any rules meet the federal requirements to make it valid under Section 401A and 414D of the Internal Revenue Code. And that's what, among other things, allows the contributions to be tax exempt, for your federal taxes. It has to meet those requirements. The same as a 401k, a plan that an employer might offer. Okay. Towards the bottom there, it provides the standard rulemaking under 541A so that the executive director can adopt rules on how the whole thing works under that standard purpose. The plan maybe, doesn't have to be, it may be contracted with a third-party administrator. I know, I don't know, maybe some companies administer their own 401ks. I'm not familiar with one. I had one for many years, which, they did it through Fidelity. There's others that handle it. And powers of the commission, and it basically goes through and defines the powers that let them basically operate the plan. If people have questions about anything particular, I'll deal with them. I need to point out on page 3, line 26, and then at the bottom of that page, where it mentions the percentage of the employee contribution and the employer contribution. This is an error. We got the amendment back late yesterday, and the OLS didn't appear to put in what we wanted. What that will be is identical to the current rates for the employee and employer contribution for the current plan.
That is, it still is a minimum of 7% from the employee.
Correct.
That is the 7% that they put into the defined benefit plan, plus whatever voluntary contributions they may wish to add. And the employer will put in 2.5% or so.
Yeah, I think it's slight 2.48, or it's slightly under 2.5%, I believe. But the intent is for that to be identical. And we're not standing up a new plan. This is basically, it's the employee part is going to be under the existing plan that's in 101B. It's a little complicated because the IRS requires the employee and the employer contributions to go technically into separate funds. But the way it's to be administered is that that's going to be basically invisible to the employee. Their decisions on how investments are made would apply in the same manner to each fund. But underneath, there has to be that structure to satisfy the federal government. Okay. And then the withdrawal rules are on the last page. And it's the standard things that exist for 401k. If you have a 401k or an IRA, you can't just take the money out on a whim, at least not with plans that I'm familiar with. Termination of employment, retirement, you reach 59 and a half. And there's some other special hardship ones, extraordinary medical expenses, or certain other things that the IRS permits early withdrawals. But, but you can't just go buy a nice car based, with your, what should be your retirement savings. And then there's a section on required distributions. This is, again, to go along with the IRS rules. If anybody has IRA or 401k, especially if you're retired and living off of it, you may be aware there's the minimum required distributions based on your age and some other factors, and that has to apply to these plans as well. And as was mentioned, when it's starting up, there won't be the money in it initially for startup and the early administration fees, and so that would come from the general fund. We don't have a fiscal note on it yet. As I said, this amendment came out yesterday late. But then they will be borne by the plan, by the contributions go to the plan once it gets going. And
Or
that's-
by the general fund if a future legislature decides to include it.
Future
in the budget.
legislature can do whatever it like, but I'll be glad to answer questions.
Okay, Representative True.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Going back to the error you referred to on page 3, 24 to 28. That's going to be corrected.
Yes, there will have to be another amendment. There's
So could you go over that one more time slowly?
Sure. Currently, on the current retirement plan, the Group 1 employees are required to contribute 7% of their salary to the retirement plan. That will remain the same, but instead of going into the current defined benefit plan, it would go into the new defined, well, not new, it's the existing plan. Okay, and then the employer, it's approximately 2.5%, which is whatever the number is, it'll be identical to the current number, and that will go into the plan. And as I mentioned, due to strange IRS rules, it technically goes into a separate fund, but it's invested in the same way as the plan under 101B.
So the error is on line 34, where it says 7%.
And also 26.
No, 26.
Oh, no,
it
actually,
says
26.
minimum
is-
7%.
Right,
That's
26 is correct, thank you. But,
Line
34.
34 is the employer shall contribute whatever the current
it's
amount is.
approximately 2.5.
So this is a fairly stingy employer match. Yes, Representative True.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, under this new plan, the new employee is paying nothing into the New Hampshire retirement system.
They are not, however, their employer is still going to pay the normal amount towards the unfunded liability.
10.7 or whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Santo-Nastasso. Any questions?
Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Representative Santo-Nastasso, representing the towns of Ringe, Jaffrey, and Dublin. Just briefly want to remind the committee about the New Hampshire Constitution, Part 1, Article 36. Economy being a most essential virtue in all states, especially in a young one, no pension shall be granted, but in consideration of actual services, and such pensions ought to be granted with great caution by the legislator and never for more than 1 year at a time. So this article is clearly intended to prevent the state from going into debt over pensions by forcing them to only be granted at 1 year at a time. And that's exactly what a defined contribution plan, such as the one in House Bill 559, accomplishes. Each year, the state contributes to the pension benefit earned by the employee in that year, and there's no future liability. So this constitutional provision has been ignored, resulting in the situation we have now, billions of dollars in debt. And a check at the state library revealed it's never been litigated. So obviously I support the bill. Thank you.
All right. Any questions? Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So in looking at this, this is just your opinion. It has not been litigated and has not been found unconstitutional, correct?
It has not been litigated, but I don't think that Part 1, Article 36, is too complicated. It seems like it would be out of violation.
So this is your opinion.
Well, yeah, technically that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Carlin, your turn. And actually, do you think Mr. Downing should join you, or are you separate issues?
I think separate, yeah.
Okay, separate. Thank you. Representative Carlin, Mr. Carlin, then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, my name is Marty Carlin, representing the New Hampshire Retirement System. The retirement system doesn't have a position on this bill. We had a chance to look at the amendment briefly since it was drafted yesterday afternoon. This actually takes a lot of NHRS's role out of the plan, and the plan administration for this defined contribution plan is more with the deferred comp plan in the state, which is separate from NHRS. Just some general comments. In the initial proposal for this bill, there was no provision for capturing the liabilities for a declining pool of state employees. This amendment would address that by having employers pay us the unfunded portion of the existing employer rate on the salary for these. If that wasn't in there, then there'd be a smaller and smaller pool of Group 1 employees, mainly municipal, and those costs would be shifted over to the municipalities, but that's not the case here. Just based on some prior testimony, just a couple things to sort of clarify is I think there was a question about what's the difference between a defined benefit plan and a defined contribution, and the one thing that I hadn't heard was it's risk. A defined benefit plan, the risk is on the employer to make up the difference to fund the plan. On a defined contribution plan, it's on the individual. So I think Representative Gerhard asked early, well, what happened if someone, didn't invest well? And I guess public assistance would be the answer for that. The government tends to be the last resort for services for the indigent. There are some pension systems around the country that have sort of a shared risk model. New Hampshire does not. There's some language in the statute that could lead to that 20 years from now, but it's until this liability is paid down. So there's different ways to do that. But this bill essentially would just have us be collecting, the unfunded rate, putting that towards, the pension debt and stabilizing the employer contribution rates. And there really isn't anything else necessarily that we'd be doing with this. So it's very limited. And, to confirm and clarify, the current components of the employer contribution rate for employees is 2.48% towards the normal cost, as stated, and 10.79 towards the unfunded. There's also a medical subsidy rate component piece that's essentially a cash in, cash out exchange with admin services. They may have some commentary on that, but the retirement system doesn't have any concern with that piece of it. So really, this is very straightforward, and our role is limited to it, but I would be glad to answer any questions if I
Okay.
can.
All right. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Carlin, even though the NHRS is not taking a position on the bill, your analysis of the structures that are being put in place in this bill suggests to me that your opinion is that this is a common sense, structurally sound apparatus for creating a defined contribution plan in addition to the existing defined benefit plan that we currently have.
I think that, that maybe, a little bit of an overstatement at this point, because we just had we just got this amendment yesterday, and there are, and I was going to say this about the original version of the bill, there are a lot of different Internal Revenue Code and other legal provisions regarding the setup and administration of a defined contribution plan that are very different from a defined benefit plan. And I think, we're kind of out of this one, but B, we also don't have the staff who are qualified to comment on those levels. This might be something that would benefit from review by an outside counsel from a financial services firm that does this for a living, to make sure there aren't any missing pieces or anything like that. Our commentary is limited to the fact that our primary concern that we would have spoken to on the original bill was that declining pool of state employees, putting upward pressure on the employer contribution rate for employees for municipalities. So, and also closing the plan out would lead to, if without the unfunded piece being paid, could lead to us having to reduce our return assumptions based on the fact that we'd be more paying out benefits than enrolling new members. So there's some, but, you know, structurally speaking, this is outside of NHRS, so we wouldn't be in a position to comment saying, you know, good, bad, or indifferent, because it would be sort of a standalone thing and, you know, it parallel to us, but not part of us.
Follow up?
Well,
So you referred to the original bill, which I take it that Representative Dan McGuire is substituting the amendment for the original bill. So I'm not considering the original bill at all, because this is what we've been hearing about, with the exception of the mistake on page 3. But it seems like this is a different breed of cat than the original bill.
Very much so, Representative.
So
And to cross off our fiscal note on the original bill, it doesn't track with anything in this one. It would have
Right.
to be completely reanalyzed if this version passes the House. You know, we would have the actuary look at it again and see if there are any potential funding pressures that this would create that, you know, we're not aware of on the surface, you know, with, you know, 24 hours to look at the amendment.
But
follow up.
But at first blush, you don't look at the amendment and say, "My God, look at page 3." You know, the whole thing drives off the cliff, and so forth. So this is a fundamentally different breed of cat, and seems at first blush, without your final imprimatur, to be a fundamentally sound concept.
I will say that, you know, initial legal review and review by others, we didn't see any, you know, flaming dumpsters or whatever the word you'd want to use, you know, that like, oh, this is a deal breaker. This is, you know, this can't work because of
Right.
X. You
I'm
know,
not-
you
I'm
know,
not
the
looking for
devil
your-
is in the details, so that there's
Right.
more to come on
Always,
that. But
always.
Right,
But-
I'm not looking for your signature on the
Yeah.
back of this.
But it does cover the unfunded liability appropriately and does not decrease the people in the plan so drastically that you have to change your investments.
yeah, this would affect future employees who would not be members of NHRS. So it wouldn't be appropriate for us to speak about the merits of it for them. They're not members. It doesn't tie you
Thank
back.
you. Representative True.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Earlier, you had started throwing out some percentages. I think one of them was a 2.84. If you
2.48.
Could you repeat those? And
Sure.
what were they
Yeah.
again?
Yeah,
I'm sure I've written them down a million times. I don't know what they are.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so when we get back to the pension 101 stuff, we talk about the normal cost, which is the cost of the benefits as they're accrued for an existing employee. Okay, and the actuary calculated that out to be 9.48% of pay. So the member pays 7% of that. And then currently under our rates, the employer pays the remaining 2.48% of the normal cost to fund those benefits going forward. So 7 plus 2.48 is the quote normal cost of the plan currently. And then there's the unfunded piece, which is the big, you know, probably 78% of what employers are paying or more, is that the 10.79, and that's what we would still be receiving from the state for employees participating in this plan. So that wouldn't go into their account. It wouldn't be part of their defined contribution. That's just the state continuing to pay its obligation toward the unfunded for the employee group.
And in the distant future, when the unfunded liability is paid down to the point that the employer rate goes below 7% total, then it is in statute that the employee rate will be adjusted so that the employer rate will never go below the employee rate. Or, yeah. So that's something, but it's another 15 years out, so we can ignore it for this week.
Yeah, that was the risk sharing piece that I was referencing. Yes.
All right. Anyone else? Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marty, thank you for taking my question. So we're looking at the difference of the employer paying the same rate that they would, whether it's defined contribution, defined benefit. We're looking at a plan difference, correct?
Yeah, I think the stated intent, despite the text, was that the state would be paying the same percentage of pay for folks in the DC plan as they're currently paying for folks in the DB plan.
And that would mean that defined benefit versus defined contribution is defined benefit, the risk is on the employer, not the employee who has to worry about the market going up and down come time if they're looking to retire on a year like last year when the market tanked 20%, debating whether or not they have to hold off a year or two to recoup their money, that they would get the benefit and the defined benefit versus defined contribution, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The impetus on this bill is employees going forward, but my concern is current employees who are in defined benefit and current retirees. I'm assuming the way that the current plan works, the contributions similar to Social Security cover the people that are retired, because the expenses generally get higher due to inflation. How do you see funding for retirees in the defined benefits plan going forward if all the new funds are going towards the new employees?
Well, since none of the new employees would be accruing benefits in NHRS, if the state is committed to paying the unfunded rate going forward, they're using the covered payroll of the folks not in the plan to pay down the unfunded as if they were in the plan. So they're substituting. Well, not substituting. They're still meeting their obligation toward the unfunded, and that's what those are the benefits that are accrued by people already. So, as long as the state's commitment to pay that unfunded rate goes forward, we can, like I said, there may be some, marginal impacts on the size of the active member population, things like that, but the actuary would have to look at that and tell me about them, because I'm not sure what there may be. There could be other, again, like sort of esoteric factors that would have some impact on funding, but right now we're not aware of any, but we would find that out.
Okay, Representative Goldie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more quick question as we go about employer rates and where we are with the unfunded accrued liability. I think I've heard a lot of agreement amongst those who testified earlier that the unfunded accrued liability was because of actions here of the legislature and decisions that they had made previously leading up to that, correct?
Plus the market behavior.
Yeah, I think that represents the testimony. There were other factors that led to where we are. In terms of 2007 versus 2021, and I appreciate Representative McGuire wasn't making an apples to apples, but that was June 30th of 2007. So that was before the great financial crisis, and before we lowered the assumed rate of return 3 times and made a proportionate reduction to our payroll growth assumption at those 3 junctures. So, for illustrative purposes, yes, assumptions change, and he made that point. That was accurate, but a lot has happened since then, and that's there were policy decisions in the 80s and 90s that started building up the liability, but then we've had other market issues and lowering the assumed rate of return, which is essentially becoming more conservative and being less risky. We're charging the employers up, paying us now instead of paying us later, with that. So we would argue that that's a sound approach, and it also reflects, the decline in the value of fixed income investments over the last 15 to 20 years. Interest rates had inflation. We're seeing inflation now finally, but the interest rates on bonds who were at record lows for the better part of 15 years. So that's another reason why we had to ratchet down the assumed rate of return. A lot of assumed rate of return and things like that are all market dependent. You didn't look up 1970 to 2001 how the Dow did. you know, in Representative Weiler's career, but, you know, it's somebody who started in 1975 and retired in 05. It might have been different. It might have been better, might have been worse, but there's a lot of endpoint dependency on when you have your investments invested and where you have, what buckets you put them in.
And where I'm going with this is, has not past legislation helped out the employer rates by smoothing and getting rid of spiking and some of those increments that has eased the up and down flows of employer rates?
Yes, there's a lot of, putting aside the benefit changes, which we talked a lot about this morning, there were a lot of foundational about actuarial funding, amortization periods, layered amortization, smoothing, that would, the goal is to stabilize employer rates. And, we would never say that all assumptions are going to be met every year. But what the expectation is, if, they are close, and some are better than others, the employer contribution rates we're seeing now will be relatively stable as a percent of pay through 2039. That's the goal. We would, if we had to lower the assumed rate of return, that would push them up. But if we could keep all of our assumptions in place and they tracked, reasonably with reality, rates aren't going to go down until 2040, because 5 billion of the 5.7 is on a pay down by 2039. But that's the way it's, it's drawn up on paper, and then when you run the play, maybe you have to, break off the route or something and things change. But that's the goal of the funding method we're on now. And that funding method also was backloaded, as Representative McGuire mentioned. So the first 10 or 12 years, we weren't even paying off the interest on the unfunded. We just hit that crossover point in 21. So we'll be seeing bigger chunks coming off proportionally as we get closer to 2039.
Okay. Representative Dolan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So as I understand it, for new employees, they have the option, or maybe they don't, the option for the defined contribution plan, but they will not have an option to join the defined benefit plan. Is that correct?
I'll speak for state employees, because the bill refers to that. Right now, full-time permanent employees, state employees are in mandatory enrollment in NHRS. There is a deferred comp plan that Mr. Downing will speak about, and all employees at any stage of their career, including at the beginning, have the option to participate in that plan, take payroll deductions. In that, it's a 457, but it's essentially a defined contribution. The member chooses the allocation, and there's a, so that's the current landscape for state employees now.
Follow up? Is there any plan or thoughts to say that at some point there will no longer be a defined benefit plan and your only option as an employee is the defined contribution?
This bill says that if you're hired after July 1st, 2024, that is your only option. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Downing?
Okay.
Madam Chairman.
Yes. Excuse me. Yes, Representative Sherrill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question to the chair. It's talking about state employees, and because towns are a division of the state.
No, this would not include municipal employees as written, and the intent is to start it up with the state and possibly offer an option for the municipalities to enroll their employees if they wish.
But other employees, I mean, police, fire, teachers.
At the moment, it is only for state government employees, which does not include teachers.
Thank you.
And that's,
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. Actually, a pleasure to be here because the last time I was scheduled to testify, I ended up getting COVID and didn't. So I'm happy to be here rather than somewhere between the floor and the couch. I had some input with Representative McGuire on the original bill. Like everyone else, I got that at 5:50 last night. So I have not had the benefit of discussion with council. And right now, as Executive Director of the Deferred Compensation Commission and in consultation with the Chairman of the Commission, right now we take no position, but we may in the future.
yeah. The reason I called you at this point is to answer any questions the committee may have about how the your deferred compensation plan works, because it's an integral part of the bill as amended. And so I'm sure there are questions. Representative Dolan, for example, has one right now.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Then my question that I was hitting at earlier was any guarantees or what security do employees have that join the defined contribution plan, that they're actually going to get their money, that they're not at some risk?
The situation that I believe you're referring to is if this will go out to a third-party administrator. The state is not going to create a record-keeping system. Even large states like Florida and Texas, they farm these plans out. So in the event of, say, insurance company A, who's the record keeper, they go belly up, you're protected, the assets in the plan, the employee assets are protected because it's in a custodial agreement or a trustee agreement. It's kept separate and is not a part of any obligation of the insurance company. So if there's no money held within the insurance company, that could be subject to claims.
There are also federal insurance programs for brokerages and insurance companies to make sure that if there was, say, theft involved, the people who entrusted their money to that business would get that money back.
I have a story, if you will, similar to Representative Weiler's story. He had to leave, evidently. But I have an American Airlines friend who has gone through his retirement system and had money in a defined contribution plan, but also a lot of his money was in his retirement was staked in a defined benefit plan. Now, he lost the money in the defined contribution plan through a messy divorce, which I don't want to get into social engineering.
That's beyond our scope.
But I mean, my question is, are we going to be offering any protection, or if a defined benefit plan goes away and the defined compensation plan is eaten up by some social event, our employees can surely get jobs at the local grocery store, but what beyond that is the disaster scenario protection for them? Or are we going to build anything into our defined contribution plans that will not put the entire plan at risk for a social issue like a divorce or whatever?
Well, if I was married and got a divorce, I'm in the pension plan. My spouse is going to get a cut of that. So there's no protection from that. I mean, that's up to a judge, and
Yes.
divorce court.
The judges can, in the case of a divorce, allocate either a defined benefit or a defined contribution plan. And it has happened.
They call it quadro. It's qualified court-ordered distribution, and there's a division of assets, and that's subject to our plan. In fact, any retirement plan is subject to that.
Mhm.
Thank
Anyone else? Yes, Representative. I have one representing from a former state employee who'd like to testify as to his experience.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Don't mean to put you on the spot.
Go
but,
ahead.
I recall we've heard the mention that there would be startup costs to this, which I assume would be borne by the state. I recall when a plan going to defined contribution was proposed previously, that the startup costs were so huge that that was basically why it was discarded at that time.
Yes.
Do you recall what that amount was?
Representative Schuett,
Okay.
I recall that when we considered it and we were contemplating closing the defined benefit plan,
Mhm.
that caused a major charge to the defined benefit plan because it was assumed that since they would not be getting any new contributions, they would have to invest more conservatively to make the payouts. That is, which was turned out to be a tremendously large number.
Mm-hmm.
That is not relevant because this bill only takes off a portion of the employees. The defined benefit plan is still in existence. It's still being funded. New teachers, new firemen, et cetera, are being added all the time. So it is not a closed system, and those costs do not apply.
Okay.
And I remember that pretty well,
Yeah.
that it was the cost.
It's different costs. So because that prior bill was a mandatory join the 457 plan, 457 plan, all expenses right now, we're able to pay afforded by the participants in the plan. There's no state money involved. So that was just putting more participants into the deferred comp plan. So the fiscal note we had to do was simply programming the payroll system for mandatory contributions, which is something we'd have to do again. The cost back then, I believe in the fiscal note was $68,000 to $80,000 to get it going. So those costs, that would be a cost on this plan too. Because of the original language, the fiscal note did go to a retirement system. If the chair or some other entity redirects the fiscal note to DAS, to my attention, we'd be happy to try to get those, that and additional costs.
Well, the fiscal note will have to be amended at some point when we vote this out of committee, which I do not expect to be this week, and it may not be this year. But
Well,
yes, once the
I'm
final.
happy to assist.
All right, thank you.
Just a couple of other things that I can't say concerns, but points of interest, I guess, at this point, if I may.
Please.
I thank the sponsor for not putting my name in the bill and just executive director.
It's the position, not the person.
Yeah, well. So I would first think, unlike the pension system, the 457 plan, which operates more or less like a 401k for public employees, not an IRA, it has to have a plan document. And so with this, because regardless of testimony, we are creating a new plan. There has to be a new plan for those employer contributions. The testimony is correct that to the employee, the same company or a compatible company that record keeps the employer contributions is going to be able to show on their defined contribution statements. So to the employee, there doesn't seem much. And you do that for two reasons. One, it just helps the employee. If you put the employer contribution into the 457, it counts against the limits that the employee can give. So you're you're taking away that ability to accelerate the savings for them. So you account that in a separate bucket. So just one point on second page 3. As I was saying, the plan has a plan document. The pension system, the pension law is the plan document. That's why it's so detailed of how the pension works. 457 and this 401A would have an IRS approved plan document that's about 60 pages that contains every single IRS law and regulation. So it would be we do not need to do administrative rules because we have the basic parameters are in the bill of who's eligible and what their rate will be, but everything else will be taken care of by the plan document. So my request would be that 541A, our requirement to do rules, would be waived or taken out. Again, we've talked about the 2%. There's 2.48%. There are other states that do this. Oklahoma was mentioned. They have 100% or very close to it pension funding. So when they went with this and a mandatory, they indeed do have this structure. Pennsylvania, which is another state I looked at, they have this plan as one of their many options for a new employee being hired. They have 7.5% for the employee, and they have 3.5% by the mandatory contribution from the state, and both of those go into the 401A plan. So there's no linkage at all to the 457, except they're record kept by the same company, which saves money, and the employees can see those both plans on the one statement. But it doesn't count. There's no counting against the limits on the 457. That continues to be a supplemental voluntary plan. Initial funding, I mean, this is very thoughtful. In Pennsylvania, my discussion with the executive director there, which is in the pension system, is that they guarantee, the state had to guarantee to the record keeper that they would cover all costs of the record keeping and the plan for 5 years. And that's why they got bids. The record keeper is going, okay, what happens after 2 years? And if the plan still isn't enough, are we going to have to put prohibitively expensive fees on the plan to run it? So might I suggest that there's consideration on the fees that after an extension of beyond 2 years, or that it gradually, state funding gradually decreases to like 75%, 50, and then 25. And so you still have an end date, but there's a transition period, because I do not believe the plan would be large enough to support all of the costs within 2 years. Okay. I think the transition date is doable. Under state, we would go out to bid and add this on. We have to, by IRS law and the prudent investment rules, we would select, just like a 401k, the investment options. It might not be identical to what's in the 457 plan, but very close. I mean, so some of the investments would be the same. I don't have off the top of my head what this type of plan would generate in fees. We have to keep those expenses separate. Right now, I mean, my salary is fully reimbursed on a quarterly basis to the state by assessments and money drawn down from the plan. So that's plan money belonging to 457. We have to be very careful not to mingle that with expenses for the new plan, but that can be done.
Okay. Questions? Yes, Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam. Red, there we go. That's better.
Had too many on, I think.
It sounds like you've done a little bit of research on what other states that have similar plans are paying into the system. And I heard one of your figures was 3.4% from Pennsylvania or wherever. And that seems like a better rate than what we're looking at. 2.48% when you look over 30, 40 years, that really accumulates into quite an added amount of money in someone's account. And I'm just curious as to if other states are that low or where the median is amongst states that are doing this. And if you could get some of those figures, it would be helpful.
I can. I mean, the question there is, will 2.48% be enough? Because what you're looking at is not the cost to run the pension plan, which is the 2.48. It's, will that be enough to make sure that that employee can retire when,
Yes.
because the employer doesn't want people working at 70. And the employee doesn't necessarily want to work till 70. And many retire, you know, they can plan to work to past 65, but you know, there's a lot of people that exit the workforce for a variety of reasons earlier.
Yes.
And that shows up in Social Security claiming.
And that's my concern, Madam Chair, is
Yes,
whether or not we have
I don't
enough
know.
money going into an account. We have an account benefit plan at a low cost to employers, and to give another plan that may not be as beneficial to the employees. And that's why I'd like this information.
So
It will be good information to have, and
I don't know who, I'll inquire where we could get this, because right now we look at it and our pitch for people to voluntarily join the plan, and we have just over 40% of all full-time employees contribute, sending nearly $1 million every paycheck of
Will-
their own money.
right, we'll get our researcher to find out what other states offer in their plans.
And one comment about pension costs. This legislation talks about people rolling money that they have in the defined benefit plan into the defined contribution plan. Like a new worker, like, oh, I've been here 2 years. I mean, that is possible. But I think there may come with a cost. So if you left a state after 3 years, you're not vested, you have no entitlement to state money in the pension plan. You can roll out your contributions and the interest that's accrued. You can roll that tax with no tax consequences into the defined contribution plan or another retirement vehicle. So I'm assuming that that's what the bill is talking about. So
It actually isn't, I
Okay.
don't see it anywhere in the amendment, but it was part of the intention that
I just think that, so you would do that, it would make sense for an individual, say, under 5 years, but then it would make less sense as you get closer and closer to a guaranteed benefit. But I think there would be a cost associated with that, even though the employee exit the system and the quote unquote cost would stop, that may interrupt, but it was just, what I
Okay,
mentioned.
well,
with-
thank you. Excuse me, Representative Schmidt, you're getting some feedback somewhere.
How about now? Goldie, what are you
please,
doing to the
continue.
system over here? Okay, anyway, so you just got done saying there would be a something cost involved, and I didn't get you.
I'm sorry. I was just suggesting that there might be a further cost to the pension plan if you allowed employees who were like new employees, say 3 years in, and they go, no, I want to go to the defined contribution plan. I want to pull my money out. If you allowed that, and I think that would take specific legislation, that their early withdrawal with their money and interest might be an additional cost to the pension plan.
Can I just
If
add
Mr.
quickly?
Carlin is about to say something about that.
I was going to say that's an example of the type of things we would need the actuary to look at that in alert us to when I was saying it's, you know, it looks okay, but there may be some devils in the details. That's a good example of mine.
Okay, yes, and it's probably a second level effect as opposed to the primary effects of,
So just a quick question. This is going to the subcommittee.
why, yes,
Why, of course, and
you're absolutely correct.
but we're beating it to death today. So
make
are you going to
myself
be
available.
available for the subcommittee?
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Gould?
Thank you. This is just really quick. Did I hear you say something about employees can choose to switch over? Would that be part of this too? That existing employees would get to switch over
There,
to the new?
there is a line in here that's what I read was the intent, that if you were, you know, a new employee already in the pension system and you go, hey, I want to take advantage of that defined contribution, the pilot example.
Representative Blackus, you have an answer to that? I couldn't find it myself.
I'll have to dig through it to get the exact line, and if it's not in there, it's OLS left it out. We're not the only people having problems with them. The intent, and what would be in anything we'd really want to get through, is that this is.
It's on page 2, line 30.
Okay.
And
Thank
onward.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for finding it for me. I mean, I don't know what this thing is about a new employee. It doesn't have to be a new employee. So any eligible employee, which would be a state, employee under the meaning of employee in the pension system, which would not include teachers or any of the Group 2 people. If this went into effect, an existing employee, no matter how long they'd worked there, could choose to move over to the defined contribution plan. Now, if they've been in for a long time, it may not make financial sense, but they could do it.
Follow up.
If that's the case, what would the impact be on the existing system if a large portion of the employees, existing employees decided to make the switch?
Mr. Carlin said that, they'd have to have the actuaries look at it. All I can say is that, at least for this initial take, it's just state employees who are not teachers or Group 2, none of the municipalities, so they'll have to look into it, but the number's not huge.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
We'll all see you when the subcommittee goes to work. Mr. Moore?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thanks for the opportunity to speak here today. For the record, my name is Greg Moore, and I'm the State Director for Americans for Prosperity in New Hampshire, and I'm here today testifying in support of House Bill 559. But I'd like to offer a different perspective. I could certainly repeat what others have heard, and I know how much legislators love redundant testimony, so I'll skip that. And just focus on coming at it from someone who worked at a state agency for 4 years and then worked for the New Hampshire House. Things crackling a little bit, but if I move further away. I think it might be the speaker. Okay, is that better? Thanks. I'll just give you a great example. When I was working at Health and Human Services, I was working with an employee who had been there for a little over 8 years, and I went to meet him at his cubicle, and on his screensaver, it had a countdown clock, which had 1 year and about 8 months. And of course, I didn't recognize intuitively what it was. So I asked him, what's this? He said, that's when I hit my 10-year anniversary and I can leave. So just think from the perspective of an employee who has taken this job. And it's particularly true now. I think we heard 7 or 8 years ago, there was a study that showed that millennials change jobs on average once every 18 months. Now, I followed up on that. That's grown. So the good news is millennials are staying in their jobs longer. The bad news is that the Gen Zers, who are now college graduates, have an even shorter runway that's typically around 16 to 17 months. So it seems like people are staying in jobs longer and longer. And the idea of a defined benefit contribution is great for the employer in the sense that it creates a strong incentive for employees to stay. It's a great retention tool. However, right now, having a defined benefit program is a recruitment detriment. So what was a great retention tool is now a recruitment detriment. And I think we see that from the numbers that that sponsor, I can't say Representative McGuire here, that the sponsor put forward, and showing just the absolute number of employees who don't make it to vesting. And when you have a situation where you have probably, I don't know, maybe 3/4 of your people not making it to vesting, I think that's a sign that your overall retirement strategy isn't working. And I think that it'd be good if we could sort of get those numbers broken down by state and by municipal and county employees, so that we could see specifically at the state level what number of people of new hires are actually making it to having a vested retirement system. And I think that's probably the greatest indication of whether the system is working or not, is if you have a very small number of people who are actually making it to getting their vested dollars. By the way, I did not vest. I did not serve 10 years of unbroken service with the state, but I will say that having a functional retirement system is a critical role in terms of a strong recruitment strategy. People entering the workforce now are just much savvier about these things than perhaps I was when I started my career, and I know a number of people, my contemporaries, we just weren't as savvy about these sort of things, probably because almost everybody was on a defined benefit program, so people weren't thinking about the alternatives. But now, with the prevalence of 401k plans, new employees are looking at that. And when I talk to commissioners across, I'm friends with a number of the state commissioners, they'll tell you that their number one problem is finding good people. You cross the board, you talk to state commissioners, finding good people, and the second thing, the brain drain. So their senior employees who have all the knowledge and skill are leaving, and they're not bringing in that new group of employees who need to come in and fill and grow that void. And the consequence of that is that state agencies are farming more work out to consultants as opposed to in-house into work. And I think that having a retirement system that benefits new employees and is focused on helping the state's recruiting strategy, I think has other benefits that will go down the line across state government. So that was my point. I supported a lot of the earlier testimony, but I don't want to be redundant, so I'll just stick with that. And one last point I will make that I think people are investing some effort into looking at the long-term aspect of the state's unfunded liability. I know that the legislation to legalize cannabis, which was voted out of committee today, I believe 70% of the revenues from those funds go to the state's retirement system. So I think it's important to understand that there are people who are actively considering and trying to figure out and work through this unfunded liability. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. While we have, and I think we heard it in the governor's address too, an issue of filling jobs, would you not agree one of the bigger issues is state pay versus benefits? And I think that was addressed also in the governor's speech, increasing pay by 10%.
I would say that it's a lot of things. New employees, some people look for great benefits. I mean, as someone who's hired people and you go talking to them about what they're looking for as far as a compensation package, it's all over the map. Some people are really looking towards what's your 401k match? Do you have a 401k match? And I'll tell you that pay is definitely one of them. There are some people who are motivated. That's their number one factor. Others are focused more on benefits. But I think that we have to look at the totality of the package that we're offering that's going to have the impact on the overall ability to meet your recruiting goals.
Thank you. And just one more question, seeing you brought up the pay match in 401k. Do you know what the average pay match is for corporations out there? Is it anywhere near 2.48%?
It's usually higher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I am Drew Klein. I'm president of the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy, New Hampshire's free market think tank. Want to try to avoid a lot of the duplication here, but make some of the points that we've come across when looking at this issue. So Governor Sununu, as Representative Goley stated, has made an attempt in the budget to invest in the future workforce of New Hampshire by increasing pay across the board by 10%. Raising wages, as I think we all agree, will likely have a positive effect on recruitment. Putting new hires into a defined contribution retirement plan would have a similar effect. The state's outdated underfunded pension plan is really not an attraction to younger people who tend to value portability more than having a guaranteed defined benefit. And we know this from polling and research done on younger workers. Now, it's been said in here, and Representative, sponsor McGuire mentioned it. There was a Bureau of Labor Statistics study showing that people change their jobs 12 times throughout their career. That was a study of baby boomers. We know that that is shrinking and shrinking. We've gone from about changing your job about every 3 1/3 years to 2.7 years, and now we're going down and down and down to less than 2 years. Younger workers, particularly Gen Z, have no intention whatsoever in staying at a job for 10 years, most of them. What about public employees? Well, we have some research on that as well. Pew Research surveyed public employees in 2016 and asked them these very questions. They found that 60% of employees under the age of 30 did not expect to stay with their current employer until retirement. So it's not surprising then that those employees under age 30 told Pew their top priority for their retirement plans is the ability to take their savings with them when changing jobs. HB 559 would offer this flexibility by enrolling new employees into the defined contribution plan. The University System of New Hampshire already has a defined contribution plan for its employees, so there's no reason to fear offering one for new state employees. UNH system schools actually advertise and boast about their defined contribution retirement plan. Go to Keene State's website, for example, and right there under benefits says Keene State offers, quote, generous defined contribution retirement plan. Defined contribution plans are, in fact, the default plan in higher education now, as well as the private sector. They're growing in the public sector too. 46 states plus the District of Columbia offer a defined contribution plan for employees either as the primary retirement plan or a supplemental plan. 19 states offer a defined contribution plan as their primary retirement plan. And though these are not all southern states, western states, they include Ohio, Connecticut, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island. And some people you might hear will blame defined contribution plans for a decline in America's retirement savings, but a 2015 study by the Center for Retirement Research at Boston College concluded that, quote, people are not accumulating less as a result of the shift from defined benefit to defined contribution plans. The truth is simply that defined benefit plans like New Hampshire's are on the way out for good reason. It's all but inevitable that these plans overpromise and underdeliver. By design, they create incentives to promise unrealistically high benefits while shaving contributions below the level needed to meet those unrealistic expectations. And in the public sector, defined benefit plans inevitably oblige taxpayers to cover any gap between the promised benefits and the contributions required to create those benefits. Enrolling new state employees in a defined contribution plan would be a better deal for the taxpayers, the state, and new employees. Employees would finally be able to accumulate retirement savings that they own and control from year one, which is a hugely valuable benefit that younger employees want but cannot get in the current system. This would help attract younger people to state government, would set realistic expectations for new employees going forward, and protect taxpayers. In sum, we no longer have a 20th century workforce, so we shouldn't force new hires into a 20th century retirement plan. And to give a little bit of context on Rep. Goley's earlier question about contributions, The employer contribution on these defined contribution plans around the country ranges from around 3% in some states to about 14% in other states. So it's a big range. It's a policy decision that states make. Happy to take any questions.
Can you tell us what the states are that are offering 3% and which ones are offering 14%?
I could read you from a report from last year. I don't know that that would be a great use of time, but I'm sure this is available. Florida, just to give an example, Florida had a really low system. They were contributing 3.33% at the state level and only 3% at the employee level. They fixed that. They realized that was a bad mix. But we can get this number to you.
Hello, that's better. Thank you for taking my question. You referenced the university system having a generous defined contribution plan. Do you know what the rates are for employees, employers?
Sorry, no, I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm sure somebody in the room would have it.
Madam Chair, if we could get that, I'd like to see the difference.
Madam Chairman, committee members, thank you for hearing me today. My name is Ray Chadwick. I'm from Bedford, New Hampshire. How's this? This better? I hope. I'm chairman of Granite State Taxpayers. I've sent in some formal written testimony earlier. I'll briefly reprise that. Is the point being that in the private sector, because of ERISA and other things like that, defined benefit plans are almost non-existent at this point in time. So anyone who is an employee who has access to a defined contribution plan, he or she is already accepting the risk, if I will call it that, of the marketplace. Markets go up, markets go down, those kinds of things happen. That same risk applies to the funds in our retirement system. So that can go up and go down over time. The point I did raise in that thing is that our current system requires all of those private sector employees to indemnify government employees from the market risk that all those other people have to bear already. So the cost of the system and the unfunded liability is the result of decisions made by legislatures before you. Decisions on 20 years, 30 years, what assumptions on return on investment, what decisions made on providing cost of living analysis, adjustments or whatever they may be. The proposal here can be properly viewed, I think, as moving that risk from basically the state government, which ultimately means the taxpayers, to new employees. People have testified that indeed it's beneficial for new employees to feel that they are not bound to the job, shackled to the job and position because they're waiting to be vested. My experience, I started employment in 1968. My employer at the time offered a defined benefit and a defined pre-tax contribution. They matched parts of it plan. And I went through that, eventually left the company. Obviously didn't take anything out of the pension plan, but I could take all the money,
contributed by myself and the company matches. Over time, I rolled that into contributions by other employers. I finally actualized on the defined benefit plan, which was defined benefit. There was no such thing as cost of living or inflation adjustments. The check I got in 2006 is the exact same amount I get today. The check I get today can only buy 67% of what the check in 2007 would do. Meanwhile, the money that went into my defined contribution plan, which has been reinvested currently with a trust company, I've been drawing on that since the same time, 2006, in an amount approximately 50% more than the defined benefit amount. And that has not only paid me that money, about 4% every year since, but has accumulated 10% more value over time. The reason I bring this up is to support the concept of basically taking new employees, giving them that option of potentially having portability and the ability to control their own money. We've talked a bit about risk. It's true that there is risk when you go into the market, depending on when you get in and where you are now. But that is the state of the economy for virtually all private employees in this state. And the question here, I think, before us is whether new employees should start transitioning to such a situation. The fact that we have a approximately $6 billion unfunded liability reflects all those decisions of the past, and it has not worked well, I guess is the way I would say it. So this would absolve the state from an ongoing source of financial risk, basically absolve the taxpayers at large from that source of financial risk. So we support the bill in its amended form, and I'll take any questions if you will. Thank you. Good. You all want to leave too? I agree. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening.